You'll be able to.
Yeah. Good morning. I want to welcome everyone attending today's meeting. The meeting of the Arizona Board of Regents was called to order earlier this morning before convening an executive session. Today's public meeting is scheduled until 4:50. A link to the live stream of the public meeting is available on the board's website under A-Board Live or by going to YouTube and searching for A-Board News. Regent Zaragoza, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to thank President Cruz Rivera and his team for this welcoming and warm site, and also making sure that all of us feel like family with NAU, which we always do. And also the weather that really helped us, because coming from Tucson and Phoenix, we know that it's really, really, really hot. So thank you all for making this happen to the Regents and to the staff of other universities. So today we have the call to the audience, and that's our first item. If you have any materials for the Regents, please give them to our Secretary, Suzanne, who is at the right. And pursuant to board policy, time has been set aside for a call to the audience. And this is an opportunity for individuals to address the entire board in a public setting to express their views or concerns regarding matters of board governance. The board reserves the right to limit the numbers of presenters on any one topic. Regents do not respond to comments made during the call to the audience. However, we do hear the remarks, and we ask the appropriate person to follow up and provide us with information on any issues raised. When you call to speak, please proceed to the lectern. To keep us on schedule, each speaker has no more than 2 minutes because of the numbers of speakers that we will have today. As a courtesy to each speaker, Suzanne will hold up a sign signaling how much time the speaker has remaining, and at the end of your 2 minutes, we ask that you conclude your remarks. Suzanne, would you please proceed?
I'm moving.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chairmata. Our first speaker is Alberto Plantillas, followed by Serena Cutulia.
Members of the board, my name is Alberto Plantillas. I am a member of the Arizona Students Association and Chief of Staff to the Graduate Student Government at Arizona State University. I'm here representing my role as a graduate student enrolled in a Master's of Public Policy. Last meeting, I spoke with the board on behalf of every student and campus organization I've spoken to. International students from all backgrounds have reiterated to me that ICE shouldn't be on campus and students should not have to face this intimidation by their peers. Today, we have formalized intimidation at the federal level against international students, and our universities are enforcing this. Students are currently fending for themselves. Let me paint a picture for you. My ask last A-Board meeting was that students be protected. I now recognize fear is a very abstract concept to the board. Today, students are not in fear, they are terrified of being the next one to have their visa revoked without prior notification or an explanation before allowing them to graduate. We, the students, demand transparency in these actions. There is no way the board can say that they believe in shared governance, but never speak to students in advance about the most urgent issues of the time. We demand the board support efforts to create a sanctuary campus. Students should not live in fear of prosecution. University administration should be there to support students, not to enable their deportation. Why do we have such a large administrative state on campus if they can't help students graduate when their status is at risk? We, the students, pay for everything here. We are falling deeper and deeper into debt. We pay for all the fees you charge us through our ever-growing debt. You all did not go into six-figure debt to access higher education. Why should we? We demand actual shared governance, not gatekeeping and follow-ups that never take place. We are being gaslit into believing that this situation is normal and that students have to succumb to illegal deportation actions, instilling fear in our students that our campuses are complicit in this rapture. We demand actual shared governance. We pay for your jobs. Education is a right. Thank you.
Serena Catuli, followed by Benjamin Walker.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Sarina Catuli. I am a fellow with the Arizona Students Association, and I'm here today to tell you all how deeply disappointed I am in all of you. Arizona Senate Bill 1694 has passed both the House and the Senate, and I am willing to bet that very few of you know what that is, so let me educate you. SB 1694 says that any higher education institution in Arizona under your jurisdiction that has a quote DEI course will lose all state funding. That doesn't just affect women and gender studies. They describe DEI in such a way that science, math, English, political, medical, and more classes are at risk. Every single one of your degree paths, all of your accreditations at every single university you oversee are at risk. The students you love to claim are the future are now being left behind as if we aren't worth fighting for. And if our classes do get cut and pasted back together, then you are sending people away with half of what they should know, unable to do the work that they have paid thousands to do. Right now, your options are to fight for your students or leave behind the reputation of being the board that destroyed higher education in Arizona. But your actions thus far have proven that you do not care about the student body of Arizona. So let's look at your very own economic statistics. As of fall of 2023, you stated that Arizona still needs 26,300 more students to graduate with bachelor degrees each year to support Arizona's economy, even though enrollment was up 14.1% compared to 2022. I gave this same statistic at a press conference at the Capitol where I was lobbying against this bill, putting in the work to support the students or protect the students that you have been neglecting. Now, lucky for you, there is a chance for you to redeem yourselves. The governor has yet to sign this bill into law. So while I keep your students, faculty, and teachers informed, come up with next steps for students, continue to speak out against this bill, all while also trying to attend school and still trying to live my life, all I ask you is to make it clear that you are against this bill. Put out a statement, lobby against it, whatever you can do, do it. And when you are done, hold your breath. God knows your students don't have the luxury to. Thank you.
Benjamin Winkler, followed by Kate Inkle.
Good morning, members of the board, and thank you for visiting our campus today. My name is Benjamin Winkler. I'm a sophomore at NEU studying philosophy, politics, and law. I'm an active member of the NEU community, serving as a tour guide, a student worker for the Comparative Cultural Studies Department. I'm a worker for the Director of Public Policy of Arizona College Democrats, and I am a member of the College Ready AZ under the Arizona Board of Regents. I'm also deeply familiar with the funding, regulations, and resources that impact NEU's campus. I'm here today to raise concerns about the policies being implemented at NEU and federal guidelines which could further affect how our campus operates, guidelines which may dissuade students from choosing NAU. Let me share my experience as a tour guide where it's my job to understand the priorities of prospective students. Recently, admissions representatives were told that terms like diversity, inclusivity, Latinx, and even woman were no longer acceptable to use on tour. We were instructed not to discuss these terms with students and their families, and I see this as a serious overreach, especially for those of us who rely on inclusive language and resources to support potential students. As someone who works extremely closely with families seeking higher education, I can say that NEU's inclusive programs are a critical part of what makes this university exceptional. We offer a space where students from all backgrounds can express their identities and feel a sense of belonging. But when policies like these devalue diversity, we risk stripping students of their autonomy and their unique needs. Parents and students ask about programs that support Indigenous, first generation, Hispanic, Black, and LGBTQ students. These programs are vital to our university, but may face additional threats. Recently, Warren Peterson claimed that DEI programs were labeled as a troubling use of resources. Specifically calling upon NEU in the order, classes such as race, power, and politics were considered troubling. This has led to the threat of budget cuts and increased scrutiny from federal regulators. Programs that support multicultural and LGBTQ students are under risk of being undermined. It's important to remember that education is more than just spewing information. It's about encouraging students to think critically, understand the world around them, and contribute to our communities. We cannot offer a comprehensive education if we limit students' exposure to diverse ideas and backgrounds. And I argue that a university which does not teach about the real applications of learning is a troubling misuse of resources. I ask that the board take these issues very seriously as they affect the entire student body. And I would honor the chance to discuss these matters with you further. Thank you.
Kay Inkle, followed by Liv Shrimp.
Hello, my name is Kat Inkle, and I hope you see me hobbling forth because I sprained my ankle on a step here at the NAU parking garage. Thank you very much. But I'm here because it's important. Like I said, my name is Kat Inkle, and I am a graduate student at Arizona State University. I'm also a research assistant, a student grader, and a dedicated member of the United Campus Workers Union. And I'm also a member of Students for Justice in Palestine and many other organizations. And I thank you so much for your time. These hearings are crucial to our concerns. So I appreciate the ability to do this, but enough of the minutia. I take classes within and work at the School of Social Transformation as a gender studies and sexuality scholar. The programs I'm a part of are a part of the anti-DEI executive orders sent out by the Trump administration and the DEIA bans, including SB 1694, which you just heard about, probably for the first time. Higher education, withholding state monies across Arizona campuses, which has just passed its second committee. However, programs like the School of Economic Thought and Leadership have all the public and private funding in the world for their nonpartisan civics education programs that are fully backed by right-wing organizations like PragerU and Heritage Foundation, to name a few. Yet schools like mine are required to completely overhaul their curriculum to adhere to semantic language or risk being completely erased altogether. Much of liberal arts academia is being called as a form of indoctrination, but isn't limiting what we learn about indoctrination in itself. As an Arizona taxpayer, why don't I have the freedom to choose what I learn about? Thank you.
Liv Shrimp, followed by Haley Crichton.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Liv Shrimp. I'm an NAU student, and I'm a fellow with the Arizona Students Association. Let's talk about free speech, specifically the free speech of your students. Every week, there are bills in our legislature that will jeopardize our First Amendment rights. Arizona Senate Bill 1694, which you've heard of, is waiting on the desk of one of your very own colleagues, Katie Hobbs. As you've heard of, if this bill passes, it will take away all state funding from your universities over some aforementioned DEI. So lobby for your students, protect their rights. Arizona House Bill 2880 is making its way through the Senate, seeking to ban encampments on campus. But according to AZ University's free speech qualifications, the only thing that can be banned include true threats, harassment, invasion of privacy, and disruption of university function. And if we look at past encampments, you will see the only people causing issues are the administration and the police they use to sick on students. So fight for their free speech, protect your students. And last but not least, as of today, there are at least 50 cases of visas being revoked for international students at ASU. Meanwhile, other universities have failed to say their numbers or even make a statement about visas at all. Visas all across America are being revoked because of pro-Palestinian speech. So where's the transparency? What's being hidden? Don't ignore the fear and the unknowing. Do the work to protect all your students, international alike. We know you have the power, so use your voice. Urge your universities to release these numbers and make a statement. So I urge you, don't just sit back, take action. Thank you for your time.
Haley Crichton, followed by Scott Minor.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Mata, Regents. My name is Haley Creighton. I am the Northern Regional Director for the Arizona Students Association. We are a nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates for student issues, develops student leaders, and mobilizes students to take action against legislation that targets their best interest. I am here to share our concerns about how state and federal policies are harming students in Arizona. In March of this year, ASA brought over 75 students from across the state to the Phoenix Capitol for our annual Youth Empowerment Summit. Here, students were able to meet with their state legislators and advocate for, and more often against, various legislation that impacts them as college students. We spoke out against SB 1694, which you have heard about from two of my students. This bill is dangerous. It threatens the freedom of education and the beauty that is diversity, equity, and inclusion at our universities. Why were we alone in advocating against this bill? Why were university presidents and the rest of the Board of Regents not with us in committee or in lobby meetings talking about how horrifically this bill will harm our students? You still have the chance to speak out and ask the governor not to sign SB 1694. Your students are begging that you do. Once again, in March, ASA sent students to Washington, D.C. as a part of the U.S. Students Association convening. Members from Arizona were able to advocate with their elected officials, including the offices of Eli Crane, Ruben Gallego, Greg Stanton, and Yasemin Ansari, on things like continuing income-driven student loan repayments, protecting the Department of Education, and ensuring the safety of the Pell Grant. These issues should be your issues. The changes happening on the federal level should scare you all even more than they are scaring us as students. I am here because students deserve to feel safe on campus. They deserve to feel that their scholarships, loans, degrees, visas, identities are all safe. And right now they do not. Do something about it. Do something to show that you stand with us before it is too late. Thank you.
Scott Menor, followed by Nicole Brewer.
Good morning. My name is Scott Menor. I'm an ASU alumnus and a member of United Campus Workers Arizona. When I was young, I learned about the Shoah, the Holocaust. I read a bunch of books like Night, Man's Search for Meaning. I met survivors, I heard never again and thought that meant never again for anyone. Every day, I talk with Palestinians in Gaza who are being subjected to genocide right now. Many of us have watched it happening on our phones. I've seen kids melted, in tents, burned alive, in front of their screaming mothers by bombs made in this country, maybe even transported by companies that some of you may own. Students are being disappeared here in this country for protesting genocide. You have more than abandoned them. You have thrown them to the wolves to save yourselves from embarrassment. I cannot fathom the depravity present in this room. History records unequivocally that you, many of you, are the villains. Siding with the oppressor will not save you. You have a little time left. You can still rewrite that. I think and hope you have it in you. Please don't disappoint me. Thank you.
Nicole Brewer, followed by Gregory Leo.
Dear members of the Arizona Board of Regents, my name is Nicole and I'm speaking on behalf of another grad student at ASU Tempe. His name is Sean Messing and he's writing to express his deep concern regarding Senate Bill 1020, which would allow individuals with concealed carry permits to bring firearms onto college campuses. Although this bill has only passed the Senate so far, I am alarmed at the possibility of it becoming law. If enacted, it would make our campuses, spaces intended for safe learning, far more dangerous. I respectfully urge the Board of Regents to take clear and active stance opposing SB 1020 and to advocate against its passage. My concern is deeply personal. Over the course of my education, I have experienced the reality of school violence, a shooting at my elementary school, a bomb threat in middle school, and multiple shootings and bomb threats in high school. These incidents occurred in relatively small student populations. By comparison, ASU serves so many students in campus and online, making the potential consequences of this bill even more severe. Arizona's Stand Your Ground law further compounds the danger. By removing the duty to retreat, it fosters an environment where conflicts may escalate into deadly encounters. College campuses are already high-stress environments with contributing factors such as alcohol use, mental health challenges, and a lack of life experience. Introducing more firearms into this equation is not a solution. It is a serious risk. Supporters of this bill claim it deters crime, but have we truly exhausted all other approaches to ensuring campus safety? Are we prepared to accept that more guns is the only viable answer? In 2022, ASU Police Chief Michael Thompson testified against a similar bill, stating that university students make very poor decisions on a daily basis, sometimes an hourly basis. Adding guns to an already high-risk environment of alcohol, drugs, overreaction, and lack of life experience and immaturity is a very dangerous combination. ASU has previously opposed this legislation, and I urge the board to do so again. The safety and well-being of students, faculty, and staff must remain a top priority. I believe thousands of students would stand with you in opposing this dangerous bill. Thank you.
Gregory Lalo, followed by Hypatia Maraviglia.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Dr. Gregory Lella. I'm a contingent faculty member at Northern Arizona University, and I am a proud member of United Campers Workers of Arizona. I'm here today because something profoundly unfair is happening to career track and non-tenure track faculty here at NAU. When many of us, including myself, were hired, we were told that if we dedicated ourselves to teaching, if we dedicated ourselves to service, and if we earned promotion to associate teaching or associate clinical professor, we would be given multi-year appointments. That promise wasn't just a detail, it was a lifeline. It gave us stability. It gave us a reason to build our lives and career here, particularly at an institution that has a very high turnover rate, especially for contingent faculty. Now we're being told that only full teaching and clinical professors will receive multi-year appointments. And those of us who are already on the 3-year contracts for associate, we've been told that we will be downgraded to 1-year appointments as soon as our current term expires. That's not a policy clarification, that's a betrayal. And it's no coincidence that this change came the same year that SB 1694 has passed. You hired me to teach a diverse curriculum centering U.S. ethnic history without the protection of tenure, and now without even the most basic job security. We have been told that this change is because NAU exceeded ABOR's limits on multi-year NTT appointments. But NAU has always known about those limits. They knew about them when they offered us our jobs. And for years, ABOR has granted NAU waivers to exceed that quota because of our unusually small number of tenure track faculty. If there's suddenly a problem, it was not created by us. We built our careers on the commitments we were given. Career track faculty already carry heavy teaching loads. We are paid less than our peers for the same volume of work, and we have far fewer protections. And now we're being stripped of the one thing we were promised, basic job security. How is that just? We urge you, don't turn your back on us. Stand by the original spirit of the career track program. Ensure that associate teaching and clinical professors remain eligible for multi-year appointments. Keep the promises that brought us here and that make me love working here. We deserve stability, we deserve dignity, and we deserve better than this. Thank you very much.
Hypatia Maraviglia, followed by Annika Avery.
I'm Hypatia Maraviglia. I'm a grad student at ASU. I'm a trans grad student at ASU, and I'm a proud member of United Campus Workers, CWA Local 7065. At this moment, over 50 ASU students' visas have been revoked, many of them without explanation. One student has been detained for over 10 days of detention for the crime of legally pursuing an education. And what has been ASU's response? No official statements about revoked visas, no official guidance about ICE on campus, nothing, zilch. ASU loves to profit from its status as a Hispanic serving institution at the same time it invites ICE to job fairs. ASU is perfectly happy to charge international students exorbitant fees and tuition, perfectly happy to benefit from their labor as students, researchers, and educators, and yet cannot be bothered to take the faintest stand for the safety of these students. You profit massively from these students, and you're too much of a coward to help. We support demands that ASU immediately begin making material changes to become a sanctuary campus. The Association of Jesuit Colleges and Universities, the CU system, California State University, and the California Community Colleges did this in 2016. ASU has had years upon years to develop policy and establish infrastructure to protect their students. This is not a new conversation. And yet, not a single one of the board members in front of you could care less. These policies affect queer workers and students too. Our safety and freedom are inextricably tied up in the safety and freedom of our immigrant colleagues. Segregating us, wiping information and resources about us from your websites, isolating and dehumanizing us, accelerates the hatred of the gay bashers on our campus already. You know how Crow responded to a violent attack against a queer faculty member in 2023? He wrote a strongly worded letter. Didn't remove the student organization responsible, didn't invest in resources for queer workers, didn't build the queer center that students have been asking for since 2006. A strongly worded letter, like this is the goddamn PTA. International students haven't received that support. It's easy for him to throw queer workers under the bus to fascists. It's easy for him to throw international workers to fascists. Answer your students' calls, the demands of multiple student groups, including YDSA. Refuse to share students' immigration statuses. Refuse to cooperate with ICE. Invest in material and legal resources for international students and workers. These are changes that other universities have committed to. What's stopping you?
Annika Avery, followed by Marcos Esparza.
Hello, my name is Annika Avery, and I'm a PhD candidate at ASU. I don't have time to be here right now, and one day I will be in the second replicate of a massive experiment, for which I will prepare for my experiment for 14 hours before going into lab every single day for a month. I'm not alone either. Every one of my fellow grad students here is just as busy, if not more busy than me. But we are here. We are here because we need to be. We need you to know that at this point in time, when the world is rooting against us, we need all of you. That's why we came, for you, to help us. We implore you to listen to our requests that we are making today. Consider how we felt to get to the place where we have to be asking you. Please bundle our student fees with tuition, and don't further increase fees, please. Please protect free speech on campus. Please fight back against the Senate Bill 1020 legislation that allows firearms in Arizona public university buildings. And please, please keep my foreign lab mates and my best friend safe from deportation. Please fight for all of us because we have just about lost our faith in you. Thank you.
Marcos Esparza, followed by Maureen.
My name is Marcos Esparza. I'm a graduate student at the University of Arizona, but I'll be reading a statement from an anonymous student. As a young person growing up in a foreign country, I never knew what it was like to have the ability to freely speak my truth. Yes, it was not like Germany in the 1930s, where speaking out against the Nazi regime meant severe consequences, but I could still be charged with crimes by my government. So when I finally immigrated to America, I felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. I was granted the opportunity to speak out against hate, against crimes, against marginalized communities across my home country and in the USA, and discuss real-world solutions to these problems without the fear of being charged for false or bogus crimes, quote unquote. Yet today, I am not standing in front of this board and other guests today. I do not stand here because I was asked to refrain from speaking my thoughts due to fears for my safety. I'm asking someone else to talk about this erosion of our rights because if I did, my safety in this country would be under threat. Despite the assumptions of the average American, we who grow up in the global south do get a fruitful education. And one of the things that we are taught about is the depravity of fascist dictators of the early 1900s. But like our fellow American brethren, we are also taught to learn the lessons from these moments in our history. We never learned that these fascists started their projects by eroding the concepts of free speech. We never really understood that the first communities that were targeted by the Nazis regime were trans people. In fact, the Nazis burned down the largest research center that studied trans people in an inclusive way because trans people were not true, quote unquote, Germans. We never really learned that the greatest tragedy of modern history the Holocaust started with the Madagascar Plan, where the Nazis planned to forcibly transfer the Jewish populations in Germany to Madagascar. There has always been hate against brown and black immigrant populations in the US because older immigrants share the same experiences as us. But we always considered universities to be our safe havens, where people could come and express their true personalities without literally being scared for their lives. But these apprehensions do not matter because I'm begging the board through my proxy to help us immigrant students and do more to fight against the rising tide of hate being instilled against us. We are humans like yourselves, and we deserve to be safe.
Maureen, followed by Noah Cars.
Good morning, Board of Regents. I'm Marine. I'm the Vice President of the Graduate Student Government. And I stand before you carrying many firsts. The first in my family to pursue higher education, the first woman to seek a PhD, the first woman in my family to leave behind the only home I knew, crossing oceans with a small bag, 2 shirts and 1 pant, but a heart full of purpose. I came here chasing the great American dream, the idea that no matter where you begin, your dreams can take flight if you're willing to work hard. I still believe in that dream. I really do. But belief and dreams alone do not pay rent. It doesn't put food on the table. It doesn't ease the weight of sacrifices carried by students like me. I come from a place where women are silenced, where many are denied the right to education, right to speak, right to dream. I carry their hopes with me. I carry the dreams of my mother, my sisters, and my community. But dreams like ours are being crushed under the weight of financial insecurity. Federal funding cuts, rising tuition, stagnant stipends, and skyrocketing living costs have made survival challenging. College is meant to be a ladder out of poverty, but that ladder is crumbling. Today, nearly 1 in 3 students facing food insecurity and half of housing insecure students are choosing not to register for classes, not because they lack drive, but they lack support. The American dream should not be a luxury. It should be a promise that talent and determination and not privilege define our future. I am a living proof of what's possible when that promise is kept and met. But I'm also a warning of what's lost when it's broken. So I urge you, Board of Regents, to honor the promise of accessible world-class education by holding the state legislature accountable for cutting essential research and education funding. If we fail to secure the support today, we risk losing students like me and talent who enrich your campuses and your nation. Students should not have to bear the cost of political inaction and tax avoidance by the wealthy. We are not just numbers on the budget. We are researchers, we are scholars, we are students, and the future of this very nation. So I ask you, Board of Regents, to invest in us, because when you invest in students like me and my peers, you invest in the future of this very state and this future of this glorified nation. Thank you.
Noah Cars, followed by Nico Valdez.
Good morning, Regents, and thank you for taking the time to listen to us this morning. I'm here as a first-year assistant teaching professor here at NAU. And I'm here to talk about how your policies about multi-year appointments lead to a lot of us leaving year after year and how this results in worse outcomes for our students. There's a culture that we know that as career track faculty on 1-year contracts that with the only way for us to get a sense of job security here is essentially for us to get another offer and to leave. In my own department that I'm in, what this means is that year after year, career track faculty are leaving, there's another search. Most of us on the career track in my department are also teaching in heavily sequenced classes, meaning that normally we would have the same students 2, 3, or even 4 semesters in a row. Our students really benefit from that. They get to know us, we get to know them. They benefit from our consistent planning in the curriculum. They benefit from us getting to know their particular strengths and weaknesses. They benefit from us knowing just how things work at NAU. and they can also plan their classes in advance accordingly. Because of the constant faculty turnover in so many of our departments, our students have materially worse learning conditions. Every year they get faculty who don't know them, who don't know the NAU curriculum, who don't know how things work here, and are just constantly getting reacquainted with things, even in classes that are constantly building on each other. The multi-year appointments that would help with our faculty retention here are forbidden only by ABOR policy, despite being common at other public universities and our peer institutions all over the country. Changing this policy and being able to offer more multi-year appointments would cost the state of Arizona close to nothing and massively improve student learning outcomes. Thank you.
Nico Valdez, followed by Carly Vandermersch.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Arizona Board of Regents. My name is Nico Valdez, and I'm the Vice President of External Affairs for the Associate Students of Northern Arizona University. As part of my role, I co-facilitate the NAU Votes Coalition, which is a campus-wide coalition aimed to elevate student voices through voter registration, participation, and education. I'm here to talk about the challenges surrounding voter engagement at NAU and the ways the NAU Vote Coalition has faced and overcome these challenges. As you all may know, voter registration is an uphill battle of its own. Not only because of the misinformation, but also because of the perception of created by the perception of partisanship. Last academic school year, NAU voter registration was declared a partisan activity by the university, and faculty were actively discouraged to inform students about voter registration in their classroom and on canvas shells. While we're determined to work through these issues, it's hard to justify the university's decision. We have been dedicated to fostering an environment of academic exploration, not political partisanship. We all share the same goal of remaining partisan to best uplift the voices of all students. However, despite these challenges, our nonpartisan group of students, staff, faculty, and organizations work tirelessly to make voting accessible and educational for all students. Our efforts were recognized on a national level. In 2024, NAU was named one of the most engaged campuses for college student voting by the All-In Democracy Challenge. Additionally, NAU was recognized as a voter-friendly campus for the 25-26 school year by the Fair Election Center and the National Association of Student Personnel Administration. These designations reflect our commitment to students and democratic participation, as well as the power of collaboration. By focusing on neutrality in education, we overcome the perception of partisanship and create a space where students could elevate their voices. In conclusion, the NAU Votes Coalition exemplifies how we can break down barriers and make civic engagement a core part of campus life. I encourage us all to continue supporting and building on these efforts to ensure that every student has the opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Carly Vandermersch, followed by Adriana Grijalva.
Good morning, Regents and members of the board. My name is Carly Vandermersch, and I'm addressing you for the final time as the 2024-2025 Student Body President of the Associated Students of Northern Arizona University, or as we refer to it, ASNAU. I want to thank Faculty Senate, NAU's Faculty Senate, and particularly Kate Ellis, for their recent resolution opposing Senate Bill 1020. On behalf of ASNAU, I'm here today to formally and wholeheartedly lend our support for their resolution as well. This bill establishes that the governing board of any university, college, community college shall not enact or enforce any policy or rule that prohibits the possession of a concealed weapon. The Faculty Senate's resolution clearly and powerfully lays out what's at stake: rising suicide rates, the risk of increased violence, and the reality that weapons do not belong in learning environments. It highlights evidence from the CDC, the World Health Organization, and the FBI. These aren't just talking points, they're public health facts. ASNAU's mission is to represent and protect students. Our support for this resolution isn't about politics, it's about students. It's about our peers who are struggling with mental health. It's about our professors and our staff members who create safe, respectful spaces for learning. It's about protecting the physical and emotional well-being of our entire university community. ASNAU proudly joins Faculty Senate in opposing Senate Bill 1020. We urge NAU's administration and the Arizona Board of Regents to work with state legislators to do the same. We are strongest when we stand together, united by our shared commitment to a safe and thriving university. Thank you.
Adriana Grijalva, followed by Tino Mavunga.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Adriana Grijalva, and I stand here today as the ASUA Student Body President at the University of Arizona. But most importantly, I stand here as a voice for thousands of students. Now more than ever, students are placing their trust in the administration and the university to listen, to lead with compassion, and to stand by us when needed most. As regents and leaders, you have the opportunity to show students that they are just not background noise or just a number, that they are the heartbeat of these 3 universities. And all of them, you can remind them that during these uncertain times, they are not alone, that shared governance isn't just a principle on paper, but a promise we keep. As a land-grant institution, the University of Arizona carries a deep promise to serve all of Arizona with integrity, inclusivity, and a commitment to uplifting every community we represent. Thank you.
Tino Mavunga, followed by Nicole Walker.
Good morning, Arizona members of the Arizona Board of Regents. My name is Tino Mavunga, and I'm a master's student at the Thunderbird School of Global Management, and I serve as elected Vice President of Operations for the Thunderbird Student Government. Thunderbird School of Global Management, originally founded in 1946 as the American Institute for Foreign Trade, is widely recognized as the first graduate business school in the United States. Our school motto, "Borders with trade seldom need soldiers," reflects our belief in global cooperation. Today, I speak for the thousands of international students who depend on financial aid to study and live. Do you know that many of us are not receiving the full amount we're approved to borrow? Instead, any excess over the attributed cost of attendance is returned to the lender automatically. These returned amounts can range from $6,000 to $9,000 per student. That money could cover emergencies, rent, or medical care. But right now, we never get the chance to access it. We propose a simple solution. When loan funds exceed the standard cost of attendance, we ask you to notify the student and allow some time for a review. Each student already has a unique ASU ID. This system can be implemented efficiently and would prevent unnecessary hardship. International students contribute significantly to Arizona's economy. At ASU, there are over 17,000 international students. In 2018, we contributed $351 million and supported over 5,000 jobs. With a 29% increase in our population, that number now approaches 453 million as of 2024. This is more than what the state allocates in its budget for student support, yet we face systemic barriers that make it hard to thrive. We are also unable to afford the proposed 5,000 international student fee increase annually. Many of us already face high tuition, high interest rate, and limited work options due to visa restrictions. This increase will only make our situation worse. One of the most urgent issues as well is health insurance. We're required to enroll in a single policy, United Health, with no choice. Many claims are often denied by artificial intelligence, and students are often forced to pay out of pocket. This is not equitable. This is not sustainable. We're asking for the right to choose our own insurance, just like domestic students. Lastly, we request the creation of a student region position dedicated to international student representation. While there are currently 2 rotating region student positions, international students are not specifically represented. Our challenges are unique and our numbers are large. We at least deserve a seat at the table. International students are facing growing financial, medical, and systemic challenges. These issues are not isolated, they're urgent and compounding. ASU is built on the idea of it's about who we include, not who we exclude. And these fees not only exclude more, but also hurt current students. We ask for your support in reviewing these concerns and helping to make ASU a more equitable place for all students. My remarks are also available in the printed handout for anyone who have missed the speech. Thank you for your time.
Nicole Walker, followed by Angie Hansen.
Hello, Regents and guests. And my name is Dr. Nicole Walker. I'm a professor in the English department. And I just want to appreciate you for being here. And I understand the economic and education policies that are coming at you right now. And these changes must make your job much harder. So I'm grateful for you to be here and listening. And I'm grateful to the students who spoke. And I'm just mostly want to speak to the Senate Bill 1694 and to say that it is prohibiting our freedom of speech and our academic freedom. And to support our students, we must have that freedom to lead them. We show them how to communicate. I had a class yesterday where I told students about just a miscommunication that spiraled. And because I was able to tell them this example of communication in this small classroom, the entire room, people from all different walks of life could contribute their own experiences with miscommunication. And then we talk about how you might be able to mitigate that next time. Our universities are a home away from home for many students from many various communities. And I want them to feel safe here, safe to speak, safe to share their personal stories, share their academic stories, and to listen to each other. And if there is language that we are prohibited from using, they do not have that freedom to speak, nor do faculty. And so I'm just encouraging you to please do what you can to prohibit 1694 from, obviously, hopefully Governor Hobbs doesn't sign it, but things like this will continue to happen. And I pray that you will stave them off. Thank you so much.
Our final speaker, Angie Hansen.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to NAU today. I'm Angie Hansen. I'm an English teacher, educator, and a professor at NAU. I've been here for 20 years. Before I was a teacher educator, I was an English teacher, and before that, I was a reader. And one of the reasons that I became a teacher is because I found books that inspired me and made me feel like, made me recognize, sorry, I'm getting a little bit emotional. These books often told stories by people whose stories had not been told before, by people who were silenced. It made me aware as a young person that I could use my voice and stand up and make a difference in the world. And I'm here today to ask you to continue to support academic freedom. Our students have asked the same thing, and I'm so glad. They were so eloquent and amazing, and I'm so proud of these students. So now I'll actually share what I had to say. We're in a state and a country that has a rich variety of home communities, backgrounds, and lived experiences. Research shows that our students learn better when they see themselves reflected in the curriculum and they feel welcome in the schools. NAU faculty want all students to feel welcome. We have no intention of indoctrinating anyone or trying to compel belief, but we also want to encourage the free exchange of ideas and promote critical thinkers who can engage in civil discourse in order to participate in a democratic society. If we are restricted by what we teach, a list of ideas that are problematic, we run the risk of the very kind of indoctrination these laws are pushing against. Finally, I worry that we won't be able to make our students feel welcome, seen, and heard if we disregard the vital contributions of the home communities of our students, both locally and globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Mata.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your remarks. The board will take 5 minutes break. On behalf of the board, I would like to recognize and thank Regent Liz Archuleta for her service to the universities and to this board. We're grateful for her dedication for advancing public education and pursuit of creating positive outcomes for students. I know we have had a very tough time navigating the landscape, but also there are great things happening at our university. And I would like to start with ASU with some great news. And I'm delighted to share the Arizona State University have announced the new headquarters for ASU Health in the heart of downtown Phoenix. This state-of-the-art facility is scheduled to open for the fall of 2028 semester and will bring together advanced analytics, data science, and innovative care practices to improve health outcomes for our loved ones and our communities. The establishment of ASU Health's new home is a major milestone for the university, and the board applauds ASU ongoing growth and investment in Phoenix. And the launch of ASU Health Medical School is another vital step towards creating a healthier, stronger tomorrow for Arizona. We know that this is part of the Arizona Healthy Tomorrow initiative, and we applaud ASU to advance on that. So we also have great things happening at NAU, and I'm pleased to share that the Northern Arizona universities have achieved a fundraising year for the record books, and there are still nearly 3 months to go. Congratulations, President Cruz Rivera. So far, the university has raised more than 60 million, and this is the largest that NAU in 126 years history, 13% higher than the previous record set just a year ago. This milestone demonstrates how NAU's vision for access, attainment, and post-college success has resonated with the philanthropic community. With new levels of support, NAU is well on his way with its vision of being a nation's preeminent engine of opportunity, a vehicle of economic mobility, and driver of social impact in Arizona and beyond. Now, with President Cruz Rivera at U of A, which I think you have been here for less than 6 months, right, President Garimella? Just want to 6 months already?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to also mention, and congratulations for that 6 months, because it has been a roller coaster. So carrying on the tradition of excellence in adaptive athletics at the University of Arizona, the men's wheelchair basketball team won the NWBA College National Championship on March 29, defeating UT Arlington in the title game, 75-65, and congratulations, Wildcats. Also, what happened in March, the university hosted the Tucson Festival of Books, one of the largest reading and literacy festivals in the country, on March 15, 16. President Garimella hosted the university inaugural staff social on the mall on March 18. And the reason I asked you about how long you've been, with us and in a roller coaster, on March 25th, starting on the west side of Old Main and then at the Centennial Hall, the U of A held a wonderful ceremony formally installing President Garimella in his leadership role. Congratulations. Finally, President Garimella announced the selection of Patricia Prelock as the university's next provost. She was chosen from among 4 highly qualified finalists after a campus visit in which she received strong support from the university's faculty, staff, and students. And I'm sure that she must be watching us. Welcome, Dr. Prelock. I would like to give a round of applause to our 3 universities for these accomplishments. For our next item, Executive Director Shad Sampson will provide an Executive Director's update. Shad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Regent, for the ability to take just a few moments to talk about some important items that we are seeing at a system-wide level. The first, really quickly, the last couple of times I have presented on our FAFSA efforts as a system and how we are making great progress there. One of the areas that we've really made progress in is the partnerships throughout the states with several important entities to help drive FAFSA completion, FAFSA awareness. Last time we even had the Cactus League come and present. If you remember, Bridget did a phenomenal presentation to all of us. In front of you is just a quick brochure laying out some of the good work that has been done and the outcomes of that specific partnership itself. It really has generated a lot of awareness, and we have been very successful at that. So again, we thank the Cactus League, we thank the universities for their partnership in that, and we look to only expand upon and build upon this partnership in the future. With the remaining couple of minutes that I have, I want to highlight one of the other great things that this board has innovated on, and that is the Regents Cup. The Regents Cup is entering its 6th year, and it's in 6 years, it has become a national model for free speech and civil discourse, something that more and more people are paying attention to. 48 students from our 3 institutions will showcase their debate and storytelling skills here at Northern Arizona University around the government and the people, the social contract. I would be remiss without starting this showcase, if we will, by thanking President Cruz Rivera, his phenomenal team for being excellent partners in this endeavor. They work very closely with our staff, and I am really looking forward to this weekend where we can not only showcase the incredible debate skills of all 3 institutions' students, but we can showcase this phenomenal campus. Respectful and constructive discourse is a core value of this board and our institutions. It is embedded in our general education requirements to ensure our graduates become thoughtful, engaged, and productive Arizona residents and United States citizens. This dedication to free speech and civil discourse has earned national recognition for this board and for its 3 public universities. Arizona is the only state where all of its 4 public universities have received the green light rating from FIRE. That is something to be celebrated. We mention it often because other than Wyoming, which has 1 4-year public university that has a green FIRE rating, we have all 3 and the only state in the nation that has all of them with a green FIRE rating. In addition, each university is ranked in the top 30 in FIRE's 2025 college free speech ranking, putting us at the top of the 251 public and private institutions ranked in this in their annual survey. The Regents Cup offers a showcase for students and on a competitive platform. It is first and foremost a competition to demonstrate their public speaking skills and persuasive abilities. Preparing for months, the students engage in rigorous debate on topics related to the event's theme and to hone their acumen for engaging in storytelling. This year's competition will be overseen by more than 50 judges, including former Regents Manson and Leonard. Regents Cup judges play a crucial role in shaping the event's success. We try very hard to get representative range of judges from backgrounds and professions, including business, community leaders, policymakers, academics, and elected and appointed officials and media personalities. We have media personalities coming in from all over the country, and a strong contingent of our Arizona legislators are here. Thanks to the generosity of our sponsors, the board awards substantial scholarships to first, second, and third place winners, and all participating team members receive a $500 scholarship, along with internship and course credit for their work, which is well deserved because they do put in a tremendous amount of time. Again, a heartfelt thanks to our participants, judges, faculty, coaches, and board staff for their dedication and hard work leading up to this weekend events. I'd like to take a special moment to thank Regent Goodyear for his leadership and guidance on this region as the region advisor for this year's competition. I think you would rather I not recognize him, but it is a tremendous amount of work and it is not always fun, and he leads with great skill. I'd also like to recognize Regent Penley, along with former Regent Taylor Robeson, who really helped get this program off of the ground and make it the great event it is today. So, Chair Mata, I'd like to conclude my remarks and allow our team to show a short video showcasing our students' preparation as they prepare for this year's Regents Cup.
It means sharing your story, a forum of ideas.
Place for development, free speech, and talking about the social contract. It's a learning opportunity, not just for the people who are speaking, but anybody who's watching.
Being in Regents Cup means being able to meet wonderful people that have a lot of different perspectives.
What?
this, what would you do this? But it was too late. I could barely see straight through my laughter and adrenaline as the 10 members of the hour member formed a semicircle around Caroline.
I really found an interest and passion for storytelling that I hadn't really explored before because I had a pretty big fear of public speaking. I think I'm still continuing to learn. I'm just really excited to speak honestly about my experiences.
The support that the students provide to each other is remarkable. The work that the students do, remarkable. I have heard so many stories, and stories that bring me to tears, stories that make me laugh, hard belly laughs. That's pretty changing. That's life altering when somebody tells you something and it affects you.
The Regents Cup has really changed my life. It was my first ever speech and debate tournament, and I honestly fell in love with it. Being able to do a tournament like this, it really makes you more fearless, and it makes you feel more ready in any kind of career you want to be.
Necessarily think it should be true or should not be true, right? But it is how constitutionality is.
I think it's really important that people see the talent that is in Arizona's universities. This competition was really a valuable creation by the Arizona Board of Regents because it is doing what we do at universities, which is lifting students up and promoting opportunities for their success. And then we get to the competition and they wow everyone, and everyone walks away a little bit changed. And that is such a valuable space.
I'm going to meet people from U of A. I'm going to meet people from ASU. These are individuals who have different backgrounds. All of our perspective is what shapes us as individuals. When we listen to each other, we learn perspective that we may not have thought of. It gives us the opportunity to learn from one another.
The Regents Cup is an incredible opportunity provided by ABOR to empower our students to the sorts of values that are enshrined in the Regents Cup competitions: openness, civility, freedom of thought, freedom of expression, and robust and rigorous debate. Really, I'm just excited most to see all of the hard work that the students have put from day one, from soliciting applications through all campus emails to holding open sessions, information sessions, to watch our student competitors grow at each stage of this process, and to see that culminate in competition day, regardless of the outcome, right, is a real joy and a real achievement.
Thank you, Chair. We are so looking forward to this competition. Chair, with your indulgence, there is one more item I'd like to address as part of my remarks, which is to echo your thanks for Regent Archuleta, for her time spent on this board, for her efforts, and for her wit and cunning and insights that she has provided during her service here. We are very lucky to have had her serve with this board, and we look forward to celebrating her later this year as we celebrate her service during her time on this board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your report, Shad. So next, the board is asked to approve the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda includes items 15 to 28. Does anyone have any conflict to declare on items 15 to 28 scheduled for consent? Seeing none, I move that the board approve items 15 to 28 are listed on the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose? Any abstention? The motion carries. Our next item is Northern Arizona University Fiscal Year 2025 Operational and Financial Review. President Cruz Rivera, the floor is yours.
Well, welcome and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. To our faculty, staff, students who are in the audience, to our colleagues from U of A and ASU, and of course, to our distinguished members of the Board of Regents. What I want to do first is just set the stage for what we will be doing during the next several hours as part of our OFR, Operational and Financial Review. First of all, you have all board members had a chance to see a background document on NAU's operational and financial state of affairs. And so what we're going to do is in the next 30 or 40 minutes or so before lunch, I will be presenting the case for NAU's distinctive excellence. No slides, built-in pauses for discussion. Please interrupt at any time. Basically have structured the conversation around 7 sections that sort of follow the background report that you have read, each section having 3 to 5 minutes. After lunch, we will do a deeper dive. We will have a detailed discussion of the 3 major elements of NAU's vision. Those discussions will be led by my colleagues, Karen Pugliese, our Executive Vice President and University Provost, Bjorn Flogstad, our Senior Vice President and CFO, Annika Olsen, Vice President of Enrollment and Marketing, and our Vice President of Research, Jason Wilder. We will also make sure that we follow a similar structure because it is a long conversation today. So all of us will start with our remarks. We'll start by saying why we're so great. The first thing, why is NAU so great? Then we will talk about the headwinds we face, to be clear-eyed about whether or not this greatness can be sustained. We then will tell you why we feel confident that we can succeed, and also engage you in a conversation about how we are going about navigating these turbulent times, and look forward to your thought leadership as we move forward. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Good. Yes.
Sounds good.
This is like a flat room. Let's do a go Jacks on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Go Jacks.
Okay, all right. Now I feel better. So I stand before you today to present the case for Northern Arizona University as a vital driver of opportunity, economic mobility, and social impact for Arizona. Our vision is clear and focused to be the nation's preeminent engine of access and attainment, delivering high-quality, affordable education that empowers students and strengthens communities throughout Arizona. The operational and financial state of Northern Arizona University, as you will see in the next few hours, is stronger today than at any point in our 125-year history. This strength has not merely endured despite challenges, it has been actively forged through them. Since arriving at NAU in 2021, I have been honored to work in partnership with the board and our university community. We have developed a strategic roadmap, elevating excellence, that has guided our way and shaped a record of accomplishments like no other time in our history. Broader participation for the people of Arizona in higher education, record retention and success that underscore our value, partnerships that have amplified our impact in every corner of the state, unprecedented private support inspired by our vision for the future, a deepening of our impact to benefit the people of our state through contributions to health, economic vitality, and so much more. Our past annual State of the University addresses have documented not just aspirational goals, but a consistent record of tangible achievements and sustained impact. Today, I'm proud to report that our initiatives are flourishing, contributing to NAU's unprecedented strength and demonstrating that our vision to be among the nation's preeminent engines of opportunity is an aspiration that has become a reality. We haven't just made promises, we've delivered results on every institutional goal set by this board. This consistent execution against clearly articulated priorities illustrates why, as Bill Gates noted in his 2023 commencement address after receiving an honorary doctorate from NAU, quote, "Something remarkable and all too rare is happening in Flagstaff. The school is redefining the value of a college degree." This external validation underscores what our metrics already show. NAU is redefining excellence through access. Now, in the spirit of the Regents Cup, and hoping to keep things lively, I'm approaching today's presentation as a case before the highest court in Arizona's higher education system. You as Regents serve as the supremes of our enterprise, weighing evidence, considering arguments, and ultimately rendering judgments that shape our institutions. But first I gotta do a poll because I did a small sample outside and it seems that people weren't getting the reference. How many of you know who Perry Mason is? Okay, not so bad. Maybe I was asking the wrong demographic. How many of you know who Vincent LaGuardia Gambini or my cousin Vinny is? Okay, good. So whether you see me more as Perry Mason, the methodical lawyer from the classic 1960s courtroom series, or Vincent LaGuardia Gambini, the street smart defense attorney from the Oscar-winning My Cousin Vinny, you know, the one who called his young defendants youths and cracked the case with an assist from Mona Lisa Vito, who gave a dissertation-worthy exposition of positraction. Regardless of whether you see me as Perry or Vinny, it's up to you. But what I hope that we will achieve during this OFR is that you will come to the same verdict that all of us here at NAU have come to, which is this is an exceptional place. And even in the roughest seas, we will pull through and show what the value of higher education is. So any questions or clarifications before we move forward? No? I first thought of Marsha Clark, but I said that's not. All right, so Exhibit A, strength built on mission, momentum, and impact. Our foundation of strength in NAU comes from the interconnected components that define our unique contribution to Arizona. NAU Flagstaff, where we are here today, NAU Access, NAU Health, and NAU Research. Our flagship mountain campus, NAU Flagstaff, serves as the comprehensive heart of our university, a cultural and community hub for Northern Arizona. Fall 2023 data reveals compelling evidence, a 3% increase in Arizona residents and a historic 47% increase in Native American students. Today, 34% of our students, undergraduates, are Pell Grant recipients, and approximately half of our first-time full-time resident undergraduates benefit from our Access to Excellence commitment and/or the Arizona Promise Scholarship. On this exceptional campus, we consistently open doors and unlock opportunities for everyone. Access for all individuals seeking a better future and excellence for those who entrust their educational journey to NAU. These are realized together. Over 60% of NAU's first-time full-time resident undergraduates enter with a high school GPA of 3.5 or higher, including 40% above 3.75. Our excellence resonates with students from across the state and across the world. At the same time, those who have been too often turned away by artificial barriers or lack of transparency in pricing and college admissions have found a home where they can build a better future for themselves and their families. We're attracting students from all backgrounds and walks of life who recognize NAU's distinctive value, and we are delivering positive returns on investment, new heights in retention and graduation, lasting impact in our state. These aren't abstract statistics, but individual lives positioned for transformation. And each story reminds us why our mission matters. Consider this testimony, a first-generation student who introduced himself to me as a fourth-generation Arizonan and to a 2E scholarship recipient, sharing that many in his family had wanted to attend college but never had the opportunity. He said to me, I feel a big responsibility to graduate and get it right, not just for me, but for all of them. NAU Flagstaff, our primary component in the work that we do. The second component is NAU Access. So we deliver education at scale through our statewide locations, online programs, and innovative partnerships, meeting students wherever they are in Arizona. This component represents all our non-Flagstaff Access assets, statewide sites, online programs, our A++ partnerships, and business-to-business programs as well. Through the Arizona Attainment Alliance, A++, and the soon-to-be-announced H5 coalition with superintendents from high schools across the state, we've created a seamless pathway from K-12 through community colleges to NAU for students throughout the state. By expanding access strategically, we directly power economic mobility through programs closely aligned with Arizona's workforce demands. We've developed our academic portfolio to address Arizona's most crucial and critical workforce needs. with relatively larger degree programs in education and the social sciences at the undergraduate level, and in computer and information sciences, education and health professions at the graduate level, all areas of acute workforce demand in our state. Looking ahead to our NAU 2030 goals, we're focused not simply on growing enrollment, but on maximizing impact through increased completion. We've established concrete targets that demonstrate our ambition and accountability so that by 2030, 12,500 first generation and lower income students would have enrolled, 85% would be continuing or graduating, persistence, and 50,000 plus credentials will be awarded, on track for 100,000 by the year 2035. Our approach is about creating the right balance between access and success, not cherry picking students through exclusive admissions to artificially inflate graduation rates, but doing the hard work of supporting students, again, from all walks of life through to completion. This means we're building a model where success comes through persistence rather than just raw enrollment numbers, creating disproportionate positive impact for Arizona. NAU Health is the third component of the four I've mentioned. Our comprehensive suite of health programs is addressing Arizona's most critical health care workforce gaps. Looking forward, we're finalizing our NAU 2030 goals with concrete targets to double our graduates across health disciplines by 2030 through expansion to our nursing, health professions, and behavioral health portfolio, diversifying access points, modalities, and pathways to deliver the talented provider workforce our state so desperately needs. By 2030, we will graduate over 8,600 students in physical and behavioral healthcare fields to address Arizona's workforce needs. Now, as outlined in the OFR background document, NAU is a leading source of highly qualified health, nursing, and behavioral health professionals that are prepared to serve in Arizona communities. But the reality is that leveraging our statewide infrastructure and partnerships in rural communities requires additional investments from the state. And we are very hopeful that as we move forward in our conversations and our advocacy efforts, this will come to pass. Provost Pugliese will refer to this more deeply, this disconnect between the state's needs and the ability to invest in leveraging the assets that NAU provides to meet those needs, what the state of affairs is and how we're moving forward to resolve that. The fourth component is NAU research. Our research enterprise advances solutions for Arizona's most pressing challenges. Achieving Carnegie R1 designation places NAU among a select handful of institutions nationwide that are both Hispanic serving institutions and R1 research universities. This distinctive combination at the forefront of advancing knowledge, R1, and a top engine of opportunity, HSI, reflects our comprehensive approach to delivering solutions and impact that benefit the people, communities, and economy of our state. Our faculty have generated $144 million in research expenditures in the past couple of fiscal years, with projections to surpass 90 million. The significance of this lies in how this research portfolio addresses, targets regional priorities. For example, when the devastating pipeline fire threatened Flagstaff in 2022, NAU researchers had already created predictive models that helped emergency services anticipate the fire's path and protect vulnerable communities. This work emerged from our strategic decision to focus research on areas of distinctive regional expertise like wildfire management, water scarcity, and climate adaptation. This isn't research for prestige alone, it's research that saves Arizona communities. So in summary, and I'll pause after the summary for any questions or comments the regents may have. Across the components that I've mentioned, NAU Flagstaff, Access, Health, and Research, we demonstrate operational resilience. Our capacity to maintain financial sustainability while advancing our mission is demonstrated through the interconnectedness of these components. Despite pressures facing regional comprehensive universities, NAU maintains healthy cash reserves and a stable credit rating through enhanced governance structures, centralized controls, and strategic resource allocation. We've raised 181 million in private support from the start of our 17th presidency in the summer of 2021 until today, exceeding the total amount raised in the previous 14 years. This unprecedented philanthropic momentum underscores the enthusiasm for our mission and confidence in NAU's leadership team. Our success in meeting every single institutional goal set by this board since 2021 underscores our momentum and the effectiveness of our strategic approach. We've reversed the declines experienced during the COVID pandemic and achieved record enrollment among Arizona residents. We've powered student excellence and outcomes to new heights, and our teacher scholar faculty have contributed to new knowledge, impactful solutions, and created endeavors like never before. We've enhanced our Hispanic serving institution status and strengthened our service to Native American students and communities. And we've successfully launched NAU Health and scaled our impact through a level of comprehensive collaboration and partnership with community colleges and K-12 districts that is reshaping the college access landscape of our state. So that's the first set of facts on why we're so great. Any questions or comments or counterpoints before we continue? I'm going to ask my colleagues to join us in case there are questions that they are better positioned to answer.
I want to thank you for, this opening and also not having the slides. And, one of the things that caught my attention is the wildfire research, because this is happening nationwide in multiple states. And Arizona, Northern Arizona have a different, I would say, landscape versus Southern Arizona, where everything is really, really dry. And I know that maybe that's a technical question because the interest about wildfire is being very stressful for all of us, especially in California. Having friends and family that live there always make it worse. So for this kind of research, how have you partnered with other areas and our other public university, including ASU and U of A? There's anything that you can comment on that?
Yes, Vice President Wilder will comment.
Happy to. That's a wonderful question. And, as we know from the wildfires in California, just in the last several months, wildfires are increasingly of concern. And of course, not just in the natural landscapes, but also adjacent to our cities and towns. And the experience in California should remind us in Arizona that we face very similar threats, and not just in Northern Arizona, but at the wildland to urban interfaces in Tucson and Phoenix and other areas as well. So our School of Forestry and our Ecological Restoration Institute really lead the way in studying wildfire and partner not only with U of A and ASU, but also with other institutions throughout the West and of course across the United States. We are the leaders of a tri-state initiative that includes Colorado and New Mexico, and is funded through a line item in the federal budget. In the last year, there's been increasing interest from Nevada and Utah in joining that, which I think really speaks to our leadership and ability to solve problems, not here just in Arizona, but across the West more broadly. So we are engaged at the state level with all partner institutions and of course with state agencies as well, but also expanding our reach to be partners with other states.
Thank you, Jason. Finally, I see you in person. Normally I see you on Zoom. Regent Brewster, yeah.
Chair Mata, thank you. Dr. Cruz Rivera, I guess I'll focus on the $171 million raised. 181, sorry. Put my glasses on. What's unlocked that with your donors? What has unlocked that with other philanthropic contributors that you would say is going forward going to continue to be something you can count on? Because that's an incredible amount of revenue generated through your, through your giving campaigns.
I think that in the last 3.5 years, NAU, through its Elevating Excellence strategic roadmap and the many accomplishments that I've shared with you this morning, the messaging that has come from that has really energized our alums and our friends and caught the attention of national foundations that are seeing something special happening at NAU. I will also say that during this time frame, our advancement in foundation teams have really worked hard to restructure, to realign. They're executing very well, and are sort of at the peak of their game, I would say, in terms of how they're working to ensure that we have a continuous pipeline of success in this area. We will soon be announcing the launch of our campaign, sort of a broader campaign. We're more than well on our way to the goal of that campaign, thanks to the past 3 years and the excitement that we have from donors and foundations is palpable. I think we will do very well. And I just think as long as NAU continues to tell its story and deliver on its promises, we'll continue to see this happening.
Well, continued good luck with the enhanced team. Hopefully their efforts continue to bring in the monies needed. And again, congratulations on that value. That is in a little over 3 years. That's an amazing amount.
Shad and then Virginia Zaragoza.
If that's okay, while we're under the heading of NAU is so great, I do have a question for Bjorn, with your permission, President. Bjorn is turning the leadership of at least 3 university presidents at this time, and we're seeing great success at NAU. And I'd like to ask him, what's the secret sauce of this institute and this current leadership team that is helping drive such innovation, such greatness?
Great question.
Thank you for the question, Regents. I would say really it's the culmination of the great team that has been put together. It is something that I would point to in terms of the expertise and the skills and the strong collaboration and willing to dig into the details and have hard discussions. If I can just be succinct in my answer to that, I would say that is really what is what I would point to. If we need to dig into something, we'll dig into it and address the issue. And I think I'd point to just the leadership team being able to have that message, and then be able to really inspire the community and really be able to have everybody buy into that. I think you'll see in my presentation a couple of slides. We've referred to that in terms of the employee retention being strong, and Executive Director Sampson, I think that the employee retention is a metric or a outcome of that. So I'd just leave it at that.
And I would just add that when you think about the orchestration of all of this work, it's really been possible because the foundation for it, the Elevating Excellence Roadmap and the initiatives that came out of that was pretty much led by our campus community, our faculty and our staff and our students, very much had a say on what it is that we aspire to do over the next 3 years. The plan has served us so well that we are now sort of making it an evergreen roadmap that will continue at least until 2030. But I think it's, sometimes the magnitude of the challenges you face requires coherence of action. And I'm really proud of how our faculty, students, staff, administrators collaborate in making all of this work. But, we've, I think, laid out a good case, but we need to confront the counter arguments. What are the weaknesses? What are the potential threats for us to be able to continue to be delivering these types of results for the people of Arizona? And of course, I will quickly go through some of the headwinds facing not just NAU, but all of higher education. And recognize that these challenges are intensifying rapidly every day. We had an earlier conversation this morning about the federal and state landscape and how it impacts our universities. The reality is, it's kind of like with elections. I'm 54 years old. The first election I remember was Jimmy Carter versus Ronald Reagan. And ever since then, every time there's an election cycle, we're told that this is the most important election of our lifetimes. It's always going to be the most important. It's always going to be the most critical moment in time. And so I think higher ed and NAU, we have been sort of working in a backdrop of increasing difficulty, complexity, and turbulence. COVID laid bare the fissures in our systems, and we know that no policies or politics can change the realities of, for example, the demographic shift that is now upon us. So how we at NAU and other institutions across the country meet this moment, adapt, in our case, our approaches, and articulate and deliver on the value that we promise to students and society is the measure by which we will be judged. So these challenges fall into 6 specific strategic risks that NAU is monitoring closely. And as Bjorn mentioned, digging deep, trying to make sure that we can sense and respond in a way that will sustain our success.
President Cruz Rivera, I didn't want to interrupt, but I know that Regent Zaragoza had a question, and I would like to give him the opportunity.
Of course.
Well, thank you, Chair, and sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add 2 things. As much as I appreciate your comment about the board being the Supremes, I'm not quite sure I agree with it. I still think that title belongs to Diana Ross, but that's a story for another day.
Say stop in the name of excellence.
But in addition to prioritizing financial sustainability and addressing the threats that this institution faces, how do you plan on continuing this institutional momentum and the culture of optimism that has propagated through the last 3 years of your administration?
Well, that with intentionality and being very strategic and clear-eyed about the options that we have before us and the opportunities we can create for ourselves. I think that's a topic that we will get deeper into this afternoon after lunch when Bjorn presents something that we have been working with our campus community on. It's called the 5-year strategic finance plan, and where we are taking all of these risks and complications into account and factoring how we can meet those expectations that we have set for ourselves. So if you would allow, we'll certainly go deep into it.
Of course.
Thank you. All right, so now I gotta start over. Let me go back. So I already had set up the six areas that we're looking at as threats. So first is risks. Our Arizona resident serving mission. So I mentioned how proud we are that we're now at 70% in-state students. And that's how it should be. Actually, the number is low percentage-wise compared to other regional universities across the country. But the reality is that our Arizona resident serving mission may pose a strategic risk amidst challenging demographics and reductions to state funding. We face stiff competition from in-state and out-of-state institutions, especially in workforce development programs, as well as competition for higher net revenue student populations that are vital to supporting the university's Arizona serving mission. Unless we get more funding from the state or figure out new ways of generating revenue to offset those disinvestments, our enrollment mix needs to change. Of course, our ability to change that enrollment mix is also complicated by some of the federal policies that are being put in place and how they play into international student visas, for example. The second risk is on research funding sustainability. We're very proud of the momentum that we've created in the last few years. After deciding that we weren't going to be in the business of aggressively pursuing an R1 designation, we got an R1 designation, and that's all to the credit of our superb faculty and students and staff. But we know that given funding reductions and the reconfiguration of indirect costs through federal policy changes, that's at risk, and it will require careful navigation for us. So as we've done since 2021, we're really repositioning to focus research support on distinctive clusters of excellence, like the ones we've discussed previously, that apply to primarily the region, then the state, and then more broadly. And looking for ways to ensure that we can maximize synergies between research endeavors in our instructional mission and collaborations with industry, government partners, and of course our two sister institutions, U of A and ISU. The third risk that we have is talent management. I think it's evident to this board that a lot of what NAU has been able to accomplish is because of the talent that resides in our university. But the reality is that there are significant challenges due to our unique location here in Flagstaff with a very high cost of living. In fact, the cost of living stands at 122.1% of the national average, creating simultaneous challenges for student recruitment and employee retention. Now, while the beauty of our campus and surrounding mountain is undeniable, our location presents real economic challenges for dedicated faculty and staff as they face hurdles as they move forward to build their lives, raise families, and invest in their futures. So attracting and retaining top faculty directly impacts the exceptional education we provide. I would say that setting aside the first two, the risk to our Arizona resident serving mission and the research funding sustainability, this is the one I worry most about. Talent management is the one that they say, what keeps you up at night? That's what keeps me up at night. So we have our work cut out for us in that area. Fourth, infrastructure challenges are mounting, and NAU's deferred maintenance expenses are exacerbated by weather and higher local cost in Flagstaff. In the absence of state investment into annual building renewal funding, recent campus infrastructure issues have highlighted the challenges that unanticipated expenses, or perhaps not so unanticipated, present to the university's mission and finances. Again, Bjorn will talk more about our deferred maintenance situation and how we are thinking about managing that. Of course, it would be very helpful if the state would approve our request for the speed bond authorization this year. The fifth risk for us is rising skepticism regarding higher education's value. Families, students, and policymakers increasingly question whether degrees translate into economic mobility, particularly as tuition costs rise or total cost of attendance rises. Yet, when I speak with our graduates, their successes clearly demonstrate the profound impact and value of higher education. So really what this means is that we have to figure out how to grapple and recognize and acknowledge the failures, right? The many people that have not gotten access to our institutions in the past. The many people that got access but did not finish with that degree, but did finish with that, right? The people that are trying to come back but see hurdles in trying to be re-engaged with the university. That is what's driving that that skepticism. Is not, we can talk forever about the value of higher ed, but that value is only there when someone is given the opportunity to go to college, is given the support they need to graduate, and with a degree that has market value. The final big risk for us is operational costs. They continue to climb across every category. And our administrative capacities face growing strain from not only expanding, but ever-shifting regulatory compliance demands. The uncertain trajectory of federal policies that we've discussed before creates significant ambiguity regarding funding streams, financial aid programs, and research grants essential to our success. So these six areas that we will discuss more this afternoon and then in executive session are not abstract concerns, but structural realities that test our resilience. The question isn't whether NAU is strong today. The evidence, I think, clearly demonstrates we are. The question is whether we can sustain this strength against these powerful headwinds. Now, some would be led to believe that we can't succeed. There are misperceptions and misrepresentations of what NAU is and who the people that power it are. But nevertheless, we need to really think through these risks, how we will manage them. I know we will survive. I know we will be better than ever. I know we will be very different than we are. Any questions or comments on the risks that we face?
Chad?
Chair, I have several, but I'm wondering, we may get into that in this afternoon. For example, several with Annika on how she plans to compete not only for WUI students and out-of-state students, but in-state and manage the access to excellence, which has been very successful, but yet does not bring in the revenue as the other populations of students. So maybe we address that after, or
Certainly do that, and I think that's also a signal to me to speed it up because people are hungry.
Yeah.
So Exhibit C, a rebuttal to the notion that NAU's story of resilience is not enough to get us through the current headwinds. Just want to remind us all that throughout our 125-year journey, NAU has demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for adaptation at pivotal moments. During the Great Depression, NAU adapted creatively, accepting livestock as tuition payments to sustain educational access.
There you go.
After World War II, when the GI Bill brought unprecedented enrollment surges, NAU responded with visionary expansion. Following the 2008 Great Recession, NAU emerged stronger through strategic realignment that foreshadowed our current focus on access and attainment. Since summer 21, we've taken this foundation and delivered value at scale to the people of Arizona. And as I stated earlier, our work, our record of impact has inspired our alumni and friends like never before to contribute their time, talent, and treasure back to this institution in service of our mission. And all of this we've done while navigating one of the most disruptive periods in modern higher education history. So if you go back to before January 1, 2025, and you ask any of us what has been the most disruptive period in higher education history, we would have said the past 4 years. But it's always more and more complicated. But the point is that we have been able to pivot and meet the moment. So our resilience isn't theoretical. I've witnessed it in action. I've seen our community pivot repeatedly as we readied for a post-COVID semester, only to face Omicron. I've watched our financial aid teams work around the clock to minimize the FAFSA fiasco, the rollout challenges. I've marveled at our IT team's dedication, working tirelessly through the night to swiftly restore critical campus systems. I've seen grounds crews clear snow from campus walkways in blizzard conditions. I've celebrated how, when challenged with raising retention rates, our faculty and staff joined a relentless welcome campaign that led to the highest retention rates ever just 1 year later. And today, through an all-hands approach, our university community is coming together to ensure that strategic finance, a structured effort to sharpen our collective focus, invest in areas of greatest impact and raise revenues and contain costs, is a part of our ways of working and shared ownership for our future at every level of the institution. We'll hear more about that this afternoon. Finally, or close to finally, I want to say a few words about execution, adaptation, and partnership. Because of course, our sustained success amid these headwinds hinges upon 3 decisive factors: disciplined execution, agile adaptation, and this board's unwavering partnership. These are the tools that allow us to not just stay the course, but to chart a bold new one. Our strategy is clear and focused. We're recalibrating NAU's enrollment mix to ensure both access and sustainability. We are expanding our most distinctive and in-demand academic programs while maintaining affordability. We're focusing our research enterprise on areas of distinctive regional expertise rather than pursuing a broad-based continuous growth strategy. And we are enhancing our governance structures, centralizing controls, and allocating resources strategically to maintain financial health. But strategy alone is insufficient. We must execute with discipline and adapt with agility. This means monitoring leading indicators closely, making mid-course corrections when necessary, and maintaining our commitment to both mission and margin. It means building systems that promote both accountability and innovation, ensuring we deliver on our promises while remaining responsive to emerging opportunities. But we can't do it alone. And that's where this board becomes such an important partner for us. And I will just simply state 3 ways in which this partnership can really evolve and help us through these difficult times. First, public advocacy for NAU's distinctive mission. We need the board, you, to defend the value of NAU as Arizona's access-oriented, mission-differentiated institution. Your vocal support is essential as skepticism about higher education grows. We must move beyond narratives suggesting that NAU is on the precipice or untimely remarks pointing to inexistent budget deficits, the recognition of our demonstrated strength and resilience. Second, policy recognition of mission differentiation. We request clearer policy support, distinct funding formulas, and explicit recognition that NAU's access mission requires a differentiated business model with appropriate metrics for success. And third, strategic investment through TRIF parity. We need to continue our quest for parity in TRIF investments to strategically accelerate our research and workforce development efforts. This parity would accelerate our ability to apply research directly to Arizona's most pressing problems while training the next generation of solution providers. This partnership, a partnership that has so far allowed us to get to where we are, represents purposeful system design, not special pleading, as we chart a course for the future, recognizing that a genuinely differentiated system of higher education requires differentiated metrics, expectations, and support structures aligned with each institution's distinctive mission and the population it serves. To strengthen our case, when we return from our lunch break, my colleagues will present detailed evidence of how we're translating mission into measurable impact. Vice President Danica Olson will demonstrate how NAU serves as the preeminent engine of opportunity, balancing our core access mission with the need for a diverse enrollment mix and sustainable revenue streams. Executive Vice President and University Provost Karen Pugliese will illuminate NAU's role as a vehicle of economic mobility through our workforce-aligned academic programs, addressing the challenges of managing talent, investing in program quality and containing costs. Vice President Jason Wilder will showcase NAU's impact as a driver of social transformation through our expanding research enterprise, highlighting how we focus research support on distinctive clusters of excellence. And Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer Bjorn Flogstad will detail our current financial position and operational approach and preview how we're looking ahead to a 5-year financial horizon through a realistic model designed to scale with our successes, ensuring NAU remains nimble, responsive, and financially sustainable. Now, I'm happy to pause there to see if there are any questions before we close for lunch, anything the board would like us to address when we come back in any of these areas.
No,
Good.
I think you will be covering that after lunch.
Yes.
Yeah,
So, all right, let's get to lunch. Regents,
thank you.
NAU stands in a defining moment. We're not just weathering the headwinds of higher education. We're setting our sails to harness them, propelling our mission farther and faster. Where others see obstacles, we forge pathways. Where some see barriers, we see opportunity for lasting impact. This is not naive optimism, it's confidence built on evidence. Through NAU Flagstaff, NAU Access, NAU Health, NAU Research, we are realizing our vision as the nation's preeminent engine of access and attainment. The verdict, I think, is clear. NAU delivers exceptional value to Arizona. With your partnership, we'll expand our reach, deepen our impact, and fulfill our promise to the people of Arizona. Not someday, but now, not somewhere, but here. For 125 years, NAU has turned challenges into footholds. Where others saw sheer cliffs, we found the path up. Today, we climb higher with purpose and with your partnership. And whether you saw more Perry Mason or Vincent LaGuardia Gambini up here today, I rest my case. Bon appetit.
Thank you. We're now recessed for lunch. We'll be back at 1:20. I know it's we're tight, so, okay. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue President Cruz Rivera presentation. President Cruz Rivera, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair Mata. We will now go into the 4 areas I mentioned earlier. We will start off with information regarding our role as a engine of opportunity, and we have VP Olson who will guide us through a minimal number of slides to get the why we're great, what are the headwinds, what are we doing about it, and why we're confident that with your partnership we will succeed. Annika?
Thank you, President Cruz Rivera. I'm thrilled to be here to offer this expert witness in this case for NAU. I am especially excited to talk about NAU as the Arizona's engine of opportunity. As we discussed this morning, there are significant headwinds on the horizon. We are poised to meet these headwinds with the amazing team members that Bjorn spoke about today, the leadership assembled, but most importantly, our faculty and staff that work tirelessly to ensure our student success. We will then discuss how we will sustain our impact and drive attainment. Are you ready to get going?
Yeah.
Yay.
Bring it.
All right, Armada, you ready to get going?
Bring it.
I offer evidence and proof points on the screen. We have expanded access and opportunity to our Arizona residents. Our Arizona resident population sits at 70%. We have had record Arizona first-year enrollment in 2022 and 2023. As President Cruz Rivera highlighted this morning, when presented the challenge of retaining and ensuring success of more students, our campus came together and did just that in 1 year, with record retention at 74.5%. We also are very proud to be in the top 10 consistently of serving our military and veteran students. Certainly, we should serve them effectively as they have served all of us in their dedication to our freedom.
All right.
In the last couple years since we instituted A2E, as Chad asked the question earlier, 40% of students qualified for A2E. I'm going to answer Chad's question in just a couple slides, but one thing that's really exciting is not just bringing students in and providing access and transparency in doing so and ensuring their success while they're here, but the post-college impact for them as individuals and for us as a state. A majority of our graduates stay in Arizona 3 years past graduation, and the economic mobility index indicates positive ROI in less than 3 years post-graduation. And certainly in a time we've heard so much about student debt, 52% of our students graduate debt-free. A couple years ago, this campus community came together to click into and establish an amazing grand challenge. That initiative and framework that was developed included hundreds of people across campus to ensure that we were realizing attainment impact through our strategic enrollment efforts. You can see that by 2035, we will award high-value credentials to 100,000 people. 100,000 individuals. It would have been maybe easier for us to establish we're going to increase by a certain percentage. We have remained a people-first institution, and we want to make sure we are impacting the people that entrust their education to us. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen the impact that will occur when we reach that goal. Now, it would be not really transparent of me, and we all know I like to talk about transparency and things, to not give you our report card, which you see on the right-hand side of the screen. When the team got together, established the framework, and set out key strategic actions that included involvement of academic, faculty, chairs, and our provost team, as well as our amazing colleagues in student affairs and throughout campus, to ensure students not only were brought into the university, but their retention and graduation was top of mind. You can see in the first 2 years, of this framework, we have outperformed our set goals. We're off to a great start, and we're really excited to keep going. I would be remiss not to hearken to the headwinds that President Cruz Rivera talked about earlier. As a regional public institution with a directional in our name, there are significant headwinds afoot. When we look at the next 5 years, something that we've known was going to happen for the last 18 years is upon us. We've known that high school graduation and that traditional college-going population that we have been successful in recruiting and attaining, and they have been successful graduating, will be declining. That, coupled with a decreasing demand in higher education for many of the reasons we've already discussed, could exacerbate this downturn. And it couldn't be exacerbated specifically here in Arizona. About a year ago, we heard from the state demographer. Didn't paint a very good picture for us. We also have outsized non-college going rates in our state. That, coupled with a rapidly changing federal policy environment, is going to be tough. We will call on our resilience, but we absolutely will need the board's support as we move forward. Oh, whoa, what happened? We love a clicker moment. Now, NAU has been here before. Often we're seen as the underdog. When we look at the last 15 years of enrollment, we have consistently outperformed our ABOR comparators. Now, as a history major, I love to take a look back and think, go us, we did awesome. Didn't we?
Yeah.
That was weak, you guys. We will need to call upon our resilience to continue this, but we would be naive to think and bask in the glory of our past success and think the same enrollment and recruitment strategies will sustain us in the next 15. Part of our enrollment growth has not only been here in Flagstaff, it spans our state where we go and meet talent with opportunity. Certainly, our NAU Flagstaff campus is amazing residential experience. But let's not forget the amazing work happening down at NAU Yuma alongside our partners at AWC. Significant enrollment growth there in the last couple years. Our statewide footprint is wide, and our A++ initiative has expanded the universe of students that have a clear pathway to a community college in our state, to NAU, and beyond. Karen will speak more specifically about our business-to-business partnerships, but they are expanding and strong. And lastly, our online platform and NAU Online is poised for significant growth with innovative programs and key leadership, and is available to serve all Arizonans wherever they are. We talked about mix this morning, and this is the key point that will help us sustain ourselves financially and continue to serve our access mission. Gone are the days where we can rely on that steady high school graduation and enrollment. We can't just treat adult learners as a spattering or an additional 100 or two to pad out the enrollment. We need to diversify how we are recruiting. Since we were aware that this enrollment decline was coming, and we have an imperative in the state to educate more, we have already started this work in diversifying how we serve a different mix of students. I would be more than happy to spend the next 4 hours double clicking into any of these initiatives because I'm so proud of the work that this campus has done. I will highlight one that Executive Director Sampson asked in the morning session, and then I will ask if there's any one of these other initiatives any board members would like me to speak specifically about. The Access to Excellence program was formulated to really begin to increase transparency for students and families to understand and have a more clear picture about how financial aid could help them. The traditional process of filing a FAFSA and getting a number back in the form of SAI now, formerly EFC, that told students some information, but it didn't always tell them if they were Pell eligible or what kind of additional aid they may be receiving to help fund their dream of higher education. We, using that transparent lens, said students do have access and families do have access to their annual household income. Let's run about 85 different models and figure out how we can say students with from households of $65,000 or lower income will not pay tuition at NAU. There were no new buckets of money that we had to execute on this promise. What we did have is an ability to lean into our access mission by looking at our whole scholarship portfolio for our Arizona residents and shifting away from high dollar scholarships for students that had an ability to pay and shift it to the students that needed money to attend NAU. To answer your question more specifically, Chad, it has been a balancing act with our out-of-state students and international community. Our Arizona residents at whole, A2E or not, bring in less net tuition revenue than our out-of-state WUI, our true non-resident WUI or international students. As we look ahead, and you'll hear more certainly from Bjorn and in our 5-year budget projections, you'll see how we are working to make sure we stay financially sustainable and balance this very delicate mix. Are there any of the programs on this list that you would like me to speak specifically to?
Jack's on track.
Jack's on Track, that's one of my favorites, thanks.
Catchy name.
Yay, thank you. Jack's on Track is a near completers program. So we had some initial seed funding in 2021 from the Lumina Foundation to work with students that had stopped out specifically during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we had a small group of students that we communicated with and ran after. And our amazing Jack's on Track team includes about 4 dedicated individuals that work an average of 8 to 10 hours of individual attention for students to get them back re-enrolled. You know, students, I don't think ever start their educational journey and think, I'm going to stop out or I'm not going to finish, right? No one thinks that, but life happens and things happen. And the Jack's on Track team is dedicated to bringing them back. We recently, since that seed funding is gone, we have in the strategic enrollment and marketing team known this is a priority. And as attrition and things have happened, we've been able to staff up this team to continue this very important work. A tri-university collaborative also was presented to the Helios Foundation recently to get additional funds for the next 2 years. So all 3 institutions are doing some version of Jack's on Track. Our group meets specifically with students that have 90 credits or more and are determined to get them across that stage at graduation. One early story was a student that had stopped out with 1 class remaining, and he wanted to finish and tried, and then had to stop out for family reasons, tried again, and then our Jack's on Track coordinator called Karen's amazing advising team, and they worked together to do an independent study for that senior capstone. And when you see those smiles at graduation, they just hit different. And so that's just one example of the amazing work the Jacks on Track team is doing. Thanks for asking.
Facts.
Facts?
Facts.
Ah, yes, another shining star. Our FACTS program was started with TRIF money that the board was generous enough to give us 3 years ago. And similarly, we have now embedded in our permanent budget in strategic enrollment and marketing. The FACTS team is a group of dedicated, amazing people that have engaged over 90,000 students in our Lumberjack Family Hub, a new technology we were able to implement where as students are pursuing higher education, and then once they're here with partnership with our student affairs colleagues. So over 90,000 parents and families engaged. We also have a curriculum that we have piloted and then expanded with our big scaling happening this fall that works with parents and families starting in the 8th grade to educate them about higher education and really be transparent about what is this FAFSA or what does this student loan debt thing mean? And so really giving them the tools to coach their student through their high school and on to college. Of course, we hope it's NAU, but we know that in this service, if they end up at one of our sister institutions or one of our amazing community colleges, that will be success as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any others you want me to jump into? All right, I'll keep going. Oh,
Lumberjack right there.
yes.
Yeah. Really quick, I'd also like to highlight the study abroad for credit because I do think that's something that's super special to NAU, and I've had the opportunity to participate in as well.
Yes, thank you, Regent Fisher. So this was a great kind of seed idea from our Center for International Education. And what we learned when we looked at data of why students chose to not come to NAU, even though they were offered admission, and they said, no, I'm not going to come. And we asked them why. They said, I would like to travel first. So we thought, what if we could have a summer experience before their freshman year where they could study abroad, form a tight cohort of friends and a community before they even walked in the door of their first year. Oh, and they completed 5% of their bachelor's degree. So last summer was our first summer. It was successful. We've expanded this summer. And so it's a way to engage students before they even move into our residence halls.
Chair, not to belabor this, but A++ has been one of the President Cruz Rivera's signature programs. Where are we on that and the number of community colleges? What makes this different than the previous on-location efforts that the NAU has done, and what are your challenges there?
Great question. Thanks for asking. A++ is an amazing initiative that brought all the community colleges and NAU to the table to discuss the hard issues. Frequently we think, oh, students just go to community college because that's easier, that's convenient. And that may be true for a lot of students, but a lot of students self-select out of higher education altogether. We see that very regularly in our state data. So when those community colleges, of which 9 of the community college districts of the 10 in the state are a part, and NAU got together, we started thinking of how could we make clear pathways and access points for students. One of those is our universal admissions program. So we no longer deny an undergraduate application to NAU if they don't meet our now new admission criteria, thanks for the vote earlier, then we, without an additional application and with the student's permission, send that information to the student selected community college of choice, and they are enrolled there. And then when they're ready to transfer back or transfer and continue at NAU, again, no additional application for admission. So lots of great work. Karen's team has worked to create additional pathways alongside partner partners in A++, including AWC and Pima Community College, just to name a few off the top of my head. One of the challenges is that our community colleges are very interested in offering four-year degrees as well. So, I mean, that is a very real tension that exists.
And I would also add that 2 years into the process, we're now just getting to the point where we really have to look at how we yield that transfer, right, into NAU. So that's a lot of the focus of what we're doing now is trying to make sure that we can cement the deal with the students and that they actually come to NAU. So still a work in progress, but the synergy that it has created with our community colleges has been fantastic.
Any others? All right.
Oh, and I have a note here from one of our viewers saying that the universal admissions program, this is Jonathan. The universal admissions program, we have 1,000 students have raised their hands to be part of that program in fall of 25.
Hot off the press.
Yes. Very good.
Certainly, I could talk for a long time, as you've all realized, about a lot of our amazing students and some of the support systems in place, but no one tells the story better than our students. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we have someone that is on screen. Regent Pacheco, you have a question? Oh, or comment?
No, just a quick comment. I really appreciate the flagging of the tension that currently exists between our community college brethren and what we're trying to do within the within our purview. And so I really appreciate all of NAU's efforts in really sort of building out that relationship and recognizing that there's space for all of us to serve Arizona.
Thank you, Regent Pacheco. Okay, now let's take a look. Maybe.
Bingo. With NAU's AT program, I'm able to work in the field while being a full-time college student.
It is possible for me to be the first person in my family to go to college and get a degree in healthcare.
Thanks to the AT program, I am very thankful and grateful to be one of the first in my family to have a college degree.
I believe the AT program really helped me strive to finish college.
After I graduate from NAU, I hope to use my healthcare degree to give back to my community, whether it be the Navajo or the Hopi Reservation.
Thank you, ATE, for giving me this opportunity.
Oh, clicker issues. Well, as I mentioned, no one says it better than the impact we've had than the students themselves. Also speaking a little bit about that ratio, we talked about our record enrollment for Arizona first-year students in 22 and 23. That has grown our ratio to 70% of our total student population. We absolutely need to be mindful of the growth of out-of-state and international students so we can sustain our access mission. This is a delicate balance, as I mentioned earlier, with Executive Director Sampson's question, and something that we are extremely mindful of as we are projecting the next 5 years. One of the ways we have done this is established an agile marketing team that has only been at it for a couple months to really hone in and go after and tell the NAU story differently to our out-of-state students. We looked at data and we realized that students that were admitted to NAU that left their home state ended up in other mountain towns. Why not this mountain town? We had moved away from using Flagstaff as a destination, and now we are doubling down and leaning in for those out-of-state students. The Agile team is constantly looking at the market, understanding what's happening, and responding with new content and outreach. I'm pleased to report that our out-of-state enrollment numbers, although it's early for fall, look to be stabilizing quite nicely. The machine team, as we like to call it in enrollment and marketing, is doing quite well. Finally, our strategic outlook. We have opportunity by doubling down on Flagstaff as a destination. We also have opportunity with our access portfolio. Thinking about our state, working with our community college partners, and designing amazing programs to bring students in and meet them where they are. That access mission does come with significant strategic risk in maintaining our financial sustainability. Bjorn certainly will talk about that more later, but what I can tell you is that barely a day goes by where Bjorn or myself or our teams aren't on the phone trying to figure out and manage this for the betterment of our entire NAU community, and most specifically, our students. We have a couple areas of focus that we've already started working on in addition to the initiatives you saw a few minutes ago. One is a significant campus effort that flips our digital presence on our website. It flips the script. We as institutions have been really great about presenting a website presence that showcases our organizational structure to students. Students find it confusing. Sometimes I find it confusing. So we flipped that script. And later this summer, early fall, we will be launching a brand new website that puts the student and their journey and the information they need as the guiding principle. We have started agile teams for differentiated market segmentation so we can truly understand the prospective students and their support systems and be able to give them the information they need at the time they need it. We also have built strong partnerships and pathways, again, through our community college partnerships and our business-to-business relationships. One partnership that I really want to mention is with our Kinder Camp here at United Way of Northern Arizona. Earlier in the fall, the president and United Way and President Heiser at Coconino came together and said, we have these amazing young people in Kinder Camp. Let's make sure that they have higher education on their mind, even though they're just little elementary schoolers. So that we work together to develop Kinder Camp participants can go to Coconino tuition free when they're ready, and then on to NAU tuition free as well. An amazing example of how the entire community is investing in the future students that we will be very proud to serve. I am open for any cross-examination.
I'd be remiss because my team has sent me 3 texts on this.
Okay.
To ask you specifically about WUI. So NAU years ago jumped in, became the leader of WUI, really locked itself in there. Was just looking at the WUI numbers. You now see Utah and Colorado really leaning into WUI. How are you going to protect your market share? We have seen some slippage there.
Right, we absolutely have seen some slippage. I would be remiss if that trend line of us outperforming our ABOR comparators didn't include a nod to WUI. So thanks for catching that, ABOR team. We were the first to expand on WUI and really to be inclusive to all of our majors. You know, when you're first at doing something, others
Explain what WUI is.
would love to, thank you. WUI is the Western Undergraduate Exchange, and in the past, what the WUI program allows is for out-of-state students to pay 1.5% of resident tuition. So it's a reduction of the true non-resident tuition to 1.5 times what resident tuition is. And that is available to all the states if students reside in their home state west of Texas. Includes the Dakotas and all west, and a couple territories as well. Many institutions in the past have treated it like a true scholarship. So you apply to be able to enjoy that WUI tuition rate, or they've limited it to just a handful of programs. So previously, NAU had almost all of their programs on WUI. In about 2009, 2010, we opened it up to all majors. And we were the first to do that. What we see now as Montana State, University of Utah, and others also treating WUI the way we've treated it for years. How we're going to regain market share, I mentioned that segmentation strategy. We've already started to stabilize when we look at year-over-year numbers as we look at towards fall 25 enrollment. So there's something magic in that sauce that's happening, and we're going to continue to examine and analyze our data to go into new markets and see where we can either recapture market share or forge new markets.
Thank you. Any other, you wanted to say something? Okay.
So I just want to thank you, Annika, for the excellent presentation. Just want to highlight from the strategic risk issue. So as an access institution, right, and having that embedded in our mission statement and in our mandate from the board, the percentage of in-state resident students that we have is a marker of whether or not we're meeting that mission, right? So right now we're about 70%, which is probably the highest we've been, at least in recent memory. But when you look at other regional universities across the country, it's more like 80 to 85%, right? So we have a ways to go to sort of look like the traditional model of what an access institution looks like. The reality is that with the budget pressures that we're seeing because of budget cuts from the state and these investments, we will have to have a conversation with the board about what does an access institution mean for us, given this environment, because it is more likely than not when we get into the financials that the only way that we can maintain a sustainable fiscal health is by going back to where we were maybe in fall 2010, which is more of a 60-40 mix. So that's just something for us to keep in mind. We may have to coin a new definition of what an access institution is, but that for me is the biggest risk that we have at this moment.
Is that means that we have less in-state?
Yes. The net tuition revenue generated by out-of-state students, and Bjorn, correct me if I'm wrong, or Annika, it's like, and international students, it's like 5 times the net tuition revenue for an in-state. Is that right?
Overall, probably close. We were just looking at that this morning. Well, WUI is about 3.5 times a resident, and international and non-resident are about between 4.5 and 5. So, that's, close to that 5.
So when we look at how we are recruiting and the segmentation work that Annika's team is doing, where are we going to be putting our resources towards? It looks like our investments need to be moved more towards out of state and international, because that allows us, one way of thinking about it is, well, we can increase the number of in-state residents, the absolute number, only by increasing the overall number, but changing the proportion, right?
Thank you.
An observation, President Chris Rivera, and a question. One, I was pleased to see Annika and you talk about the NAU Flagstaff campus as a destination campus. I completely agree with you all that was lost for a while, and it's an unfortunate loss because we sit in the Colorado Plateau, one of the most unique eco environments in the world. So to really focus in on that environment its climate, its ecology, everything else associated with it, I think is absolutely great. So I applaud you for that refocus. It begins to define the market of the NAU Flagstaff campus in a very different way from some of the other endeavors, as you and I briefly talked about there in the break. But a question to you, is it time to rethink WUI with regard to some programs being WUI and some programs not being WUI? And I realize that bites in the face of having gone back to be a leader in opening all programs to WUI. But I'm wondering if it's time to ask yourself, is there an alternative strategy that makes more sense from attraction of students, revenue, experience, et cetera?
I think, and I will turn it to VP Olson. Definitely, as we're looking at how we enhance our current portfolio of programs, as we're looking at more forward-looking academic options, there may be that are high in demand and that we can provide distinctive excellence in. It may be that those programs should be exempted from the current WUI. We are looking at our current portfolio. I don't know if VP Olson can give a little bit more information about where her head is at right now, knowing that these things ebb and flow as we get more information.
Certainly. I mean, the WUI market's unique. We really have to be mindful of what is happening at the schools in California, what's happening in Washington, Oregon, Hawaii, Alaska, and look to their local policies and see how we can be competitive and edge out. For example, when we did some data analysis, we learned that our primary competitor for out-of-state students was not ASU and was not U of A. It was Grand Canyon University. So we looked at their policies and looked to one-up them. Now, that is a short-term solution to a long-term challenge of balancing net tuition revenue with our enrollment strategy. I think as we look forward, looking at our entire scholarship portfolio will be time better spent than limiting WUI, except maybe for some new programs that we work to bring online. If we were to go back, and I can feel some of the enrollment people behind me probably like freaking out right now that you asked that question. I think it is a dynamic program that all three of our state institutions use in some form, use WUI, both at U of A and at ASU. So not the way we do, but
100 students.
But there are students. And so I do think it is a powerful statement that we have made as NAU in maintaining the market share that we have, and will be a key factor as we seek to grow market share.
Your comments, though, Annika, about Grand Canyon remind me of the observation I made a moment ago, and that is the clear definition of the market associated with the NAU Flagstaff campus and the extent to which that distinguished market appeals to a certain segment of students, and the need to clarify that in a way that Grand Canyon has clarified its institution.
Precisely. And we had, to your comment, we had lost that. And when we were working with the team that was assembled to double down on Flagstaff as a destination, it was like the excitement was palpable in the room. We've been wanting to run at the amazing environment in which we live in, have the privilege of working in, and are excited to share that with a broader population from around the West.
President Crowe?
I just wanted to make a comment, if I might, President Cruz Rivera, just about Grand Canyon to the earlier comment. So I just want to, for the benefit of the region, so Grand Canyon uses a tactic which we're not able to use.
Right.
If we could use this tactic, it would be unbelievably powerful, and that is they list their market price value as their tuition. That is, what is the maximum amount that they believe that they can get in the market, which I don't know what it is, 16,000, 17,000, something like that. Our market price, by the way, is 34,000 because that's the maximum price we can get in the market. And then they immediately offer to the families massive scholarships off of that price until they get to the selling price that they believe can work within their profit-seeking model. We work on the other modality, which is what's the lowest possible price that we can put for the tuition for an in-state student. And then we don't lead with the financial aid. We then derive a financial aid outcome. And so they use a thing in which, I mean, we hear this all the time, but Grand Canyon gave me
Yes.
a $7,000 scholarship in my admission letter. Realizing that we're in a public forum here, I'm just like, well, of course they did. Because, so I've often thought that we should find a way to be clearer. So what's the maximum tuition charge at NAU for an out-of-state or international student?
24.
20, 27, 28.
So your market price is 28. So I've said this often. So if your market price is 28 and your in-state tuition is 12, and your average net tuition for an in-state student is 3, right? You're getting a $25,000 scholarship to come to NAU. And you are. You deserve that because you're from Arizona. You deserve that because you worked hard in high school. You deserve that for this, and this, and that reason. And so just something to the board to think about is this notion of that. So in the public universities in Pennsylvania, they spare nothing. They set their in-state tuition at $20,000. And for engineering, $25,000. And then they give scholarships so that kids don't get left out. But they say what their price is, and then they say what their scholarship is. That little thing has been so frustrating to me at Grand Canyon that we have done everything that we can conceivably do to communicate truth to scholarship here, because that's not what's going on there. And then they also advertise that they're less expensive than the state universities in Arizona when they're not.
And we could also talk about the outcomes of those students, but
yes,
perhaps this is not the right moment.
Well, or the personal wealth generated by the CEO on the profits derived from the.
Oh, we are going there? Okay.
Are we going there?
Thank you, President Crow. Thank you, Annika. Excellent presentation. So Annika walked us through the first element of our vision statement, which is the engine of opportunity. It has to do with who gets in, how we support them, and how we make sure they're successful. We will now have our provost, Karen Pugliese, take us through the second element of that vision statement, which is NAU as a vehicle of economic mobility.
Thank you, President Cruz Rivera, Chair Mata, Regents, and colleagues. NAU is a vehicle of upward mobility and a driver of impact. Annika noted that in 3 short years, our graduates experience a return on their investment. What I'm going to do today is to try to describe to you some of the ways in which we drive that kind of result and impact in Arizona. Focused on serving Arizona, NAU offers access to high-value degrees, credentials, and training through multiple locations and modalities. NAU's degree programs, enhanced by a learning environment rich with opportunities, develops talent to shape the future of Arizona. As has been mentioned previously, NAU meets students where they are. We meet them where they are when they enter the university as a first-year student or as a transfer student. Our mission-focused faculty and staff prioritize the academic success and well-being of our students. Our faculty and staff create a distinctive NAU experience that combines the resources and opportunities of a large research university with the feel and engagement of a small college. Students form relationships with faculty and staff that support and enrich their journey to graduation. NAU's strengths are most importantly reflected in student outcomes. We continue to make gains, as has been noted, in first-year student retention and in graduation rates. In fall of '24, we achieved the highest overall first-year retention rate of nearly 75%. And last year, we achieved the highest graduation rate ever at 61%. NAU graduates pursue careers of consequence and lives of purpose in Arizona, having positive impacts on communities throughout the state. More than half of NAU graduates are retained in Arizona, working and living and having impact here 10 years later. Graduate retention in Arizona is notably higher among graduates in the areas of health, behavioral health professions, as well as for teacher and school leadership graduates, contributing to critical areas of Arizona's workforce. Expansion and growth of NAU's health professions is a distinctive area of focus and impact for NAU, moving the needle in Arizona to increase access to quality healthcare, especially in non-metropolitan communities. Over the last several years, we have prioritized growing our portfolio and capacity in health and behavioral health programs. We are on track to double by 2030, as our president has mentioned, the number of graduates in fields such as nursing, physician assistants, physical therapy, clinical psychology, social work, school counseling, and occupational therapy. From fall 2015 to fall 2024, we have grown enrollment in health and behavioral health professions by 80%. By 2030, we will have produced nearly 9,000 graduates who are nurses, health, and behavioral health professionals. NAU faculty are the drivers of our expansive undergraduate research programming. At NAU, undergraduates have opportunities to participate in research with faculty and on their own, opportunities that are typically reserved more for graduate students in large research universities. We have opportunities for students to participate as research interns, participate in faculty scholarship and research. We offer grants for students to participate and drive student-designed research with mentorship from faculty and course-based research experiences. Each year, over 2,000 undergraduates at NAU have a research experience. On April 25th, we will hold our annual undergraduate research symposium. This year, we expect to have over 1,300 student presenters at that event. And by the way, we're still recruiting reviewers for the competitions that we have among presenters. So if you're interested, please let me know. Another indicator of the academic accomplishment of our students is their success in obtaining prestigious national and international scholarships and fellowships such as Fulbright, Goldwater, Udall, and Cobell. With the dedicated support of our staff and faculty, we have had 26 awardees over the last 5 years. NAU's 100% Career Ready initiative ensures that all our degree programs prepare graduates for entry and advancement in their careers. We're building a career ecosystem that strengthens career preparation through degree programs and student support for their journey beyond graduation, inside and outside of the classroom, from year 1 to graduation. We have created a career-centric learning experience that prepares graduates for the dynamic economy and careers of the future, reaching students where they are to guide them in planning, making strategic decisions that will position them for lifelong success. NAU Career Ready has 3 core components: curriculum, support, and experiential pre-professional learning. First, NAU's general education program and majors combine to equip Lumberjacks to pursue their aspirations. The learning outcomes of our general studies programs are aligned with important career competencies that are highly valued by employers. In the meantime, NAU faculty are integrating and highlighting learning outcomes for degree programs and courses that align with what is requisite for entry and advancement in the likely career paths from every one of our degree programs at the bachelor's and master's level. We are building into curriculum course-embedded career exploration, design and planning, and launch strategy to reach students where they are in our classrooms, rather than depending on them to opt in to centralized services. Supported by a grant from AskU and the Strata Foundation, we are designing a system for students to create dynamic, personalized career roadmaps for their journey to graduation and beyond. Career preparation is enhanced by experiential education, internships, pre-professional practice, research experiences, academic competitive programs such as Model UN, speech and debate, mock trial, and study or service abroad, such as that Jaden mentioned that she participated in. All provide highly impactful learning opportunities that propel student learning and development and preparation for post-graduation success. NAU is expanding our local, regional, and global internship opportunities. Our award-winning interdisciplinary global programs have students participate in internships around the world. Virtual internships enable us to open the world to our students with opportunities for course-embedded, project-focused internships or long-term internships with global companies. NAU has been recognized for global learning and its expansive and growing program of faculty-led international study, especially the high level of participation of our first-generation students in international learning. I'll pause here. I've laid out some of the ways in which we are great and how we drive upward mobility with our students. If you want me to answer any questions, otherwise I'll go on. Go on.
Well, I don't know. Anyone have any question?
Go.
Regent Penley?
Sure, Provost Pugliese. You and the president have talked about the changes to career orientation. I hesitate to call it career services because we know that one needs much more, especially for first generation students beyond a service at the end of one's 4-year degree or 6-year degree. So what lies ahead in improving the career focus of NAU for the benefit of the students that you have identified as a key market?
Sorry, stuck here. Thank you for that question, Regent Penley. I'm happy to describe that more. You make an important point, which is we need to understand who our students are and design a career ecosystem that will serve them best. And one of the key pieces of that that we determined is most important is, in addition to bringing career exploration, planning, and strategy to them where they are in their classrooms, is to translate what it is that they're learning in their programs, in each of the courses and in the degree programs for them, so that they understand very clearly what the relevance is of what they're learning, the capacities that they're developing for the careers that they will pursue. And this ranges from, for example, translating in-course syllabi, academic learning outcomes into language that students could literally carve out and embed into a CV or a resume, so that they can see what it is that they're gaining from each course. And ultimately, with the career roadmap that we'll be developing, they'll be able to develop a portfolio that will inform them of what kinds of competencies and skills that they've developed over the course of their experience with NAU, and then match that with information about careers that would make them a really good, that for which they would be a very good fit and competitive.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No more questions.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whoops, did I go too far? Can't quite see. Yes, all right, there you go. So sustaining our excellence and impact will be challenged by headwinds on the horizon. Like our sister public universities, we operate with relatively low investment from the state. Arizona also lags in the nation in the financial support it provides to students. This means that we depend far too much on tuition and fees to sustain the high quality academic programs, the facilities, the infrastructure, and most importantly, the faculty and staff talent necessary to offer the highest value degrees and the related opportunities that develop talent for Arizona and our nation. This year, we're navigating a bundle of uncertainties and changes in priorities, policies, and practices at the federal level. We will adapt. Yet that requires that we divert capacity and introduces dynamics that risk undermining our progress and impact as we pursue our strategic goals. We're doubling down on freedom of expression, inquiry, and academic freedom, as these are foundational to the excellence of our academic programs, research, and student learning. As we make every effort to hold the line on affordability, it is a challenge to make the necessary investments to sustain and to bring on new high-quality academic programs. Many of the new programs we have or will create require new investments in talent and facilities. Some require that we align with rigorous standards of specialized accreditation necessary for graduates to qualify for licensure or to be competitive in their fields. Some of our top growth areas, such as the health professions, nursing, engineering, are among the most costly. NAU's focus on strategic finance has the entirety of the university working together to ensure that resource investments are directed to the highest priorities and realize returns and impact alongside ongoing efforts to conserve effort and contain costs. The greatest expense and the most important asset of any university is its talent, NAU's faculty and staff. It is our faculty and staff that are responsible for everything we are and all we achieve. We have historically been challenged to recruit and retain talent, despite the strong attraction of our location here in Flagstaff and other parts of Arizona. NAU salaries are considerably lower than the markets in which we compete for talent. This is exacerbated in Flagstaff in particular by a very high cost of living, as was noted by our president. I looked online and I found that the median home listing price in February in Flagstaff rose to $782,000, just to put a fine point on it. We have prioritized investments in compensation and we have made some gains, but not nearly enough. This will continue to be a challenge for us in the future. With our distinctive residential campus in Flagstaff, NAU's legacy is statewide, serving numerous communities throughout Arizona, as Annika noted, including our branch campus in Yuma and substantial operations in Phoenix at North Valley, at the Phoenix Bioscience Core, and in Tucson at Pima Community College. NAU is propelling educational attainment, career advancement, and economic mobility in Arizona's urban centers, smaller cities, and rural communities. Our partnerships with community colleges, as was noted earlier, are very strong. Many years ago, this board charged NAU to be the university that would bring educational opportunities to communities that were not in proximity to one of the state's universities. This was an impetus for the development of NAU's statewide network, which was fully realized through partnerships with community colleges around the state. Now, these partnerships are orchestrated and strategically focused to power our ability to increase access and attainment by the Arizona Attainment Alliance. NAU is also growing our partnerships with businesses, municipalities, healthcare, and other entities to bring NAU programs and customized workforce training to support businesses, organizations, and career advancement for Arizonans. Building on the NAU of yesterday as we create the NAU of tomorrow, NAU is growing areas of distinctive impact in the state of Arizona. Among them is education. We're contributing to the advancement of K through 12 education through teacher training across the state. Educational leadership programs, our Arizona K through 12 Center, Gear Up, Arizona Teacher Residency Program, and most recently, our Arizona Institute for Education and the Economy. AIEE is guiding the K through 12 sector in the adaptation and integration of generative AI and is working to build strong pathways from high school to college. NAU's School of Forestry and the Ecological Restoration Institute are leading innovations in forest management and wildfire science to reduce the risk of catastrophic fire and its costs. The school has launched new programs to grow the workforce critical to managing resources effectively to reduce the risk of wildfire, and wildfire scientists to lead response to fires that threaten Arizona communities. NAU health professions, nursing, and behavioral health programs prepare professionals with expertise specifically for practice in rural and underserved communities and Native American communities in our state. Our programs target areas of the greatest need in order to increase access to quality healthcare and improve health and well-being for all of Arizona. NAU's newly named Steve Sanghi College of Engineering and the W.A. Franke College of Business are expanding and enhancing degree programs to serve the needs of Arizona's dynamic economy with programs that develop talent for the growing semiconductor, electronics manufacturing, logistics, insurance, finance, and hospitality sectors. One example of our responsive programming is supported by a generous grant from the Arizona Commerce Authority. With this investment, NAU is creating a metrology teaching and research lab in Flagstaff and workforce training and an apprenticeship program in North Valley with TSMC, along with a degree program in engineering technology that will have an emphasis in semiconductor manufacturing. We give a great deal of attention to the mix of our academic programs. Our dynamic program portfolio is responsive to economic and technological change and emerging technologies and opportunities for our graduates. It's a challenge for a university to facilitate change in academic programming, which requires either new investments or a shift of resources from existing to new programs. We are addressing this important and difficult issue with a systematic university-wide portfolio refresh process that has our academic leaders and faculty evaluating the relevance and productivity of our degree programs. This has resulted in adaptations of program designs to align with changes in academic and professional fields and to ensure that our programs are preparing them for the opportunities of the future. With another round of disestablishments going to the executive director and in the near future, we will have through this process disestablished 79 degree programs over the last degree programs and certificate programs, over the last 2 years. This is an indication of Arizona moving forward. Dynamism of our program portfolio enables us to invest in new and sustain or invest in enhancements to our existing programs. NAU is also optimizing our program offerings at our main Flagstaff campus through NAU Online and through NAU statewide and at the NAU Yuma branch campus and at the Phoenix Bioscience Core. Distinctive programming at our different locations and online is matched to demand and community needs in consideration of the competitive environment and financial viability. NAU Health is producing more highly qualified healthcare professionals than ever. Nursing, health professions, and behavioral health programs are offered in multiple modalities and locations throughout Arizona at NAU statewide locations and through NAU Online. The Phoenix Bioscience Core is home to 3 of our graduate health professional programs, while nursing and behavioral health programs are offered in Flagstaff, at North Valley, in Tucson, and Yuma through NAU Online. Degree programs and workforce training support Arizona economic and community vitality. Programs in engineering technology, logistics and supply chain management, hospitality, wildfire science and resource management, teacher preparation and educational leadership are also offered at multiple locations and through NAU Online. NAU has experienced steady growth in graduate education. We have invested in building out professional graduate programs in areas of growing demand, such as computer and data science, business analytics, and information technology and public administration. These professional master's programs have been drivers of our strong international enrollment and will continue to be valuable in relation to our enrollment strategy going forward. We also, in response to Executive Director Sampson's question about WUI, we also are looking at a potential expansion of our WRGP graduate programs, which is a similar or parallel program that offers a different rate for domestic non-resident graduate students for select of our programs. NAU is also innovating to create distinctive and accelerated pathways to high-value degrees. The Bachelor of Professional Studies, which you recently approved, will offer a reduced credit pathway for place and time-bound students who seek a career-focused degree. With Higher Learning Commission approval, and we do have our site visits slated for June 9th and 10th to secure that approval, we would expect to offer the first 2 BPS degrees in engineering technology and hospitality administration by fall 2025. In health professions, our faculty have created hybrid and accelerated pathways to degrees in nursing, physical therapy, and occupational therapy that utilize technology and innovative competency-based learning designs. NAU offers over 20 of what we call accelerated programs. These are 4+1 programs that create expedited pathways for NAU undergraduates to attain a master's degree in 5 years. And finally, through business and other partnerships, we offer workforce and degree programming tailored to business, healthcare, and public sector employees, increasing access and participation by bringing our programs to students. Oops, I forgot to advance my slide. I can pause here and see if you have any questions. Regent Mata?
So how many partnership do you have with businesses? Because that's another way of increasing revenue, but also exposing this partnership with workforce development.
I don't know that I can tell you the precise number, but I'll give you an estimate and then get back to you on the precise number. I worry that my memory might be right. I think that right now we have active partnerships with 8 partners that are businesses or municipalities where we're offering degrees or sometimes custom tailored workforce training program that is not for credit.
Yeah, thank you. Any other region have any comment?
One of our partnerships is with Opus V, which also I should add really connects us to healthcare systems nationally. We have a healthcare focused MBA. We graduated over 70 students from that program last spring. We'll be graduating another cohort in the coming weeks as well. And so that's a kind of meta partnership. I thought.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
So I want to talk about teaching and learning with something that's at the core of what we do here at NAU. Teaching and learning are so central and foundational to NAU's mission, culture, and operations. And NAU art faculty are at the heart of this. They design and steward our academic programs, teach our courses, mentor our students, and create experiential learning opportunities and engage in a wide array of research and creative activity that is infused through our classrooms and curricula. NAU faculty are teacher scholars. They advance the university's mission through exceptional instruction and dedication to the success of every student, at the same time as they contribute to discovery and knowledge that powers our lives, advances professional practice, propels innovation, and pursue creative endeavors that enrich and narrate human experience. Our faculty are engaged primarily in teaching, hence the teacher-scholar model, including our most accomplished and productive researchers. They bring research into the classroom, engage in scholarship that advances teaching and learning, and involve undergraduate and graduate students in their scholarly endeavors. NAU's distinctive focus on teaching excellence is strengthened by our NAU Teaching Academy. The Teaching Academy brings together our award-winning faculty who have been recognized by their colleges and our President's Distinguished Teaching Fellows. This honored group of highly accomplished professors is supported by NAU's Teaching and Learning Center in elevating teaching practice and student academic achievement. I'm proud to share with you that over the last 2 years, the Teaching Academy and the NAU Faculty Senate created an evidence-based learning design framework that is distinctive to NAU. We call it NAU Best Practices for Teaching Effectiveness. This guides all NAU faculty in the design of courses and pedagogical practices, supporting teaching excellence and student achievement across the university. For over 3 decades, NAU has made student success a top priority. Over time, we have created a comprehensive, one could say ubiquitous, student success operation. It starts with culture and our people. We endeavor to create an atmosphere and practices that demonstrate relentless welcome and care for our students. These themes predominate onboarding of new faculty and staff and are reinforced through mentoring and employee development. Our faculty and staff make a priority the success and experience of belonging of each and every one of our students. At NAU, academic and student affairs collaborate and partner to create an environment and programming that supports student development and academic achievement. We work together or in tandem to maximize what each student gains from their journey with NAU. Our teams of professional staff in academic advising, student development, academic support, and in student leadership programs are focused on developing students to their fullest potential. These dedicated professionals provide personalized support for students as they navigate academic pathways and the inevitable challenges that they encounter along the way. Cross-functional leaders and teams are optimizing NAU's academic policies, driving change for our legacy, sometimes old-fashioned academic policies that tend to exclude, into policies that are designed for student momentum and success. In the formal curriculum, student-centered evidence-based learning designs increase student course success and learning achievement, while a comprehensive initiative driving refinements of our curriculum designs increases student momentum to graduation. We've given special focus on the first year of college, to facilitate transition to college from high school and to develop the capabilities of our new learners for academic success. Our first year Together program provides faculty with guidelines for the design of key first-year courses across the university and strengthens coordination of our large multi-section courses. We also offer science booth camps in collaboration with Student Affairs and our College of Environment, Forestry, and Natural Sciences. These are offered to first-year students to boost their academic performance and retention. NAU's strategically focused portfolio of academic programs, research, and community engagement. We are a dynamic organization optimizing structures, operations, and investments that sustain our distinctive excellence. NAU is infused with energy, focused on a common sense of purpose and high aspirations. This is among our greatest assets. Our community of faculty and staff are also central to two of our top challenges as we look ahead. With emphasis on teaching and a growing research enterprise that has NAU now recognized as an R1 university, we are challenged to balance the investment of faculty effort in teaching and research. There are high expectations among faculty for supportive research and an institutional priority to sustain and continue to build NAU's areas of strategic focus and impact in Arizona in a resource-constrained and operational environment. One of our most significant challenges is to find that right balance of investment of our most important asset and greatest expense, faculty talent. Earlier, I emphasized the teacher-scholar model for faculty that we embrace. It is a model that capitalizes on the positive synergies between teaching and scholarly efforts of our faculty. Yet it is difficult to sustain investment of effort across the two main endeavors of the university, teaching and scholarship, alongside community-engaged public service. Talent is a finite resource. In the academic division, we are addressing this challenge with a university faculty workload policy that is intended to calibrate investment of faculty effort in alignment with our strategic goals, ensuring that we are deploying our faculty to maximum impact on students and on Arizona. Our deans and academic unit leaders are in the process of implementing this policy. This is very difficult work, which we hope will pay off in the future in the performance of the university. There's a parallel challenge among our non-academic personnel involved in our educational, research, and community-focused operations. As we seek to improve compensation and cultivate a work environment conducive to professional success, we are bringing a strategic lens to everything we do in order that we invest the talent of our staff in efforts that have maximum impact on student academic success, scholarly and research achievements of faculty and students. NAU is poised to achieve our strategic goals with a roadmap that charts a course for us to build the NAU of tomorrow. We thank you for your leadership and your support of NAU as we continue to elevate excellence. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Regent Fisher.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for that presentation. I feel like it gives a very good view as to like what NAU is doing to be that vehicle of economic mobility. My question was, how are you ensuring that faculty are actually following through on providing students with these skills? I think you touched on it a little bit, talking about like implementing it through the deans, but I'm curious what that looks like.
Do you mean the career ready skills?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
okay. Well, that happens through the way in which we normally assess the impact of our academic programs. The degree programs and their courses are all subject to a process that we call assessment of student learning. And we have a rather rigorous protocol at NAU that has our faculty on an ongoing basis collecting empirical evidence of the impact of their courses and their degree programs on the learning or the competencies of the students that complete courses and students that graduate from the programs. And so as we integrate those career and highlight those career relevant skills into courses and curricula, we will at the same time be evaluating the extent to which we are achieving our goal of creating in our graduates the kinds of competencies that they'll need to navigate their career paths in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Cruz Rivera.
Chair Mata, I would ask for a 5-minute break
Yes,
before we
yeah.
go to the next section with our VP, Jason Wilder, on the driver of social impact work that we're doing. But if I may just highlight in a practical way, one of the biggest challenges that the provost has raised, which is around the recruitment and retention of talent. And I would add not only faculty, but also staff. Our academic affairs division has a very dedicated staff, and I think we would all agree that they're also educators. So we not only have the challenge of keeping, recruiting and maintaining and sustaining that talent and developing it, and against the high cost of living here in Flagstaff and budget cuts. But also, as we advance this access mission in Arizona, the types of programs that we're called upon to provide in the health fields, in the engineering fields and so forth, are among the most expensive to administer, right? So that's another challenge there. And so what we're seeing is that in order to be able to deliver for the people of Arizona and do right by our employees, we need to figure out how to expand the margin at the end of in our budget, right at the end of the year, and that's where Bjorn will be talking to you about a little later, because that margin is what we can then put into our innovation and new partnerships. I was recently in a room that we convened 14 CEOs from across different sectors here in Arizona, and there's a lot of demand for the possibility of NAU doing their in-house professional development programs, right? But of course, there are startup costs to that. And so that's one area where we would love to hear more from the board, perhaps in executive session, about how we can partner. We need that sort of venture seed funding to create these programs. Now, I also want to highlight something that the provost said that perhaps may have gone unnoticed. 79 programs, degree programs and certificates have been discontinued. And that is fantastic. That is a demonstration of our faculty and our administrators, deans, chairs, and so forth, recognizing that we need to figure out with the resources we have where we allocate them to be more productive. 79, I've never been in a university that in 2 years has done that. It's been very thoughtful. It wasn't done reactively because our budgets are going down. It's a very thoughtful process. And I think I've shared this observation with the board before, and Regent Penley will probably agree that this is true, that this is how big that is for the responsibility that our faculty and their commitment to get this done. There is a saying in higher ed that if you believe in reincarnation, hope to come back as a degree program to enjoy everlasting life. That's how hard it is to discontinue a program. So thank you very much. Thank you, Provost Pugliese. And if we may.
Yeah, thank you, Provost Pugliese and President Cruz Rivera. So we're gonna have I will say more than 5 minutes. So it's 10 minutes. So at 3 o'clock, we're back. We're now back. Thank you, everyone, for coming back and continue. President Cruz Rivera, would you like to continue with your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Mata. We are now going to get started with the last two expert witnesses, if you will. Our good friend and VP of Research, Jason Wilder, will start us off around NAU's role as a driver of social impact, and then we'll have our CFO, Bjorn, will tie everything we've heard today together from the standpoint of our finances.
Thank you so much. Feel a little bit like the kicker who's been iced. I did appreciate the break. Thank you. Now, NAU is a true driver of social impact, and it is the research, scholarship, and creative activities of our faculty, staff, and students that drive much of the positive societal change that we deliver. Thank you, Chair Mata and the Regents and President Cruz Rivera for giving me this opportunity to report on the status of the research enterprise at NAU. Well, we are all well aware that we are in an unprecedented time with regard to changes in the federal research landscape. I am very pleased to discuss with you today NAU's strong and strategically focused research portfolio. I'll talk about some of the new opportunities we are pursuing, and of course, the strategic risks that we are prepared to address. I'd like to begin today by framing the role of research at NAU, which is something that differentiates us from our sister institutions as we balance excellence in research and scholarship with our student-focused access mission. The research, scholarly, and creative activities that we foster at NAU act in synergy with our educational workforce and service mission, creating outcomes that advance the university's core goals. One thing we are exceptionally proud of at NAU, and this is something that you've heard over and over again today, but it is worth repeating, is that we specifically recruit faculty members who are true teacher scholars. They embrace NAU's strong student focus alongside the opportunity to perform research at the very highest levels. And we have so many faculty who excel in both of those areas. The research and scholarly work that our faculty perform enhances our academic curricula and creates high impact experiential learning opportunities for our students that we know add value well above and beyond the typical classroom experience. As our provost reported in her own presentation, but it is a number I want to repeat because it is an amazing number. We have over 2,000 individual undergraduate students engaged in research at NAU every year. That is a phenomenal proportion. It is value that is just incredible for our students. Moreover, we know that the research experiences for our students prepare them for successful next steps beyond NAU. Research advances our 100% Career Ready initiative by strengthening our programs that lead to degrees and credentials in high demand areas, including those in the technical and healthcare workforce. Beyond the impacts of our students, we are very proud of the work that we do to produce positive impact on our communities and society by addressing critical challenges and questions across disciplines. Research at NAU creates benefits across Arizona while also improving and enriching lives. And finally, of course, one of the roles of research at NAU and the scholarly activities that we perform is that these are essential to enhance our reputation regionally, nationally, and even internationally. And this helps us to attract top students, faculty, and staff to the university. So now that I've set the context for the research enterprise at NAU, I want to highlight just some overall aspects of the research strength of the enterprise. It has actually been an outstanding year. And unfortunately, we've had to bury the lead on some of the amazing things that have happened as we have adapted to messaging coming from the federal administration relative to research changes. So first, I want to highlight that in February, we became an R1 university. This is just an incredible milestone. This is, of course, the highest classification for university research activity. And it's extraordinary that all three of Arizona State universities have achieved this designation. And as President Cruz Rivera said, are also Hispanic serving institutions. Achieving R1 status is the result of years of strategically focused investment that have resulted in year-over-year increases in research and development expenditure, as well as our production of doctoral degrees. And that combination is what has allowed us to achieve R1 status. So I'd like to look specifically at one metric of our research activity, which is our herd R&D expenditures. These are summarized on the chart, and you can see that in the last several years, we have achieved incredible growth in our overall research activity. This has more than doubled since 2016, and our two largest dollar value growth years ever were in the last 2 years. We reported for fiscal year 23, $77.5 million in research and development expenditures, which was a record at the time. More recently, we have finished the accounting for fiscal year 24, and we haven't released these numbers publicly except today for the first time, where we know that our fiscal year 24 R&D expenditures were up an additional 20% over the record-breaking FY23, bringing us to 93.7 million in expenditures. In other words, FY24 will again be a record-breaking year by a wide margin. I want to emphasize that this growth in expenditures is almost entirely due to external dollars coming to the university. It's not that the university is increasing its expenditures. We are bringing in more dollars to perform that work. I'd also like to highlight that through February of fiscal year 2025, we were exhibiting continued growth above and beyond the FY24 numbers. Of course, since January, we're facing increasing headwinds at the federal level, so there may be differences in the latter half of this year, but we were on track and strong as we moved through the first half of FY25. Beyond just these overall R&D numbers, I also want to highlight the strong growth in F&A revenues to NAU, which have actually grown faster than the overall R&D expenditures. These were at record levels in FY23 and FY24, and again, we were on track for record levels of F&A revenues in FY25 as well. So one of the differentiating characteristics of NAU that's been mentioned several times today is our strategic focus on select areas of research excellence. Well, of course, we recognize the importance and vitality of research, scholarship, and creative activities across disciplines. It is through investments made possible by Arizona's TRIF funds that we've achieved outsized impact in select chosen research fields where we excel at national and international levels. Briefly, I'll introduce these emphasis areas. So first, we have a strong and sustained record of impactful research in pathogen genomics and biosciences. Enhanced by our Biosafety Level 3 research laboratory and the outstanding expertise of our faculty and staff, we continue to advance research that addresses critical questions in the biosciences, including research into pathogens of concern as emerging threats to human. As we've talked about a little bit before, but as the home to Arizona's only school of forestry, we are a research leader in the area of forest health and wildfire science, as well as research that addresses our changing environment in Arizona and at global scales. This research is carried out across multiple academic and research units. And earlier, in response to a question, you heard me describe the leadership of NAU's Ecological Restoration Institute as the head of a multi-state initiative aimed at mitigating the impacts of catastrophic wildfire in Western forests. But I also want to describe just one other very recent award and highlight to NAU that really exemplifies our work in this area. Just last week, our Center for Ecosystem Science and Society was awarded a large grant from the Department of Defense to study how risks for wildland fire interact with management practices on Arctic lands that are overseen by the U.S. Army, and how these impact the frozen permafrost that lays underneath. This example exemplifies NAU's focus on critical issues that impact not only Arizona, but our nation as a whole. Housed within the School of Informatics, Computing, and Cybersecurity and the Center for Materials, Interfaces, and Research and Access, NAU has recently developed a strong presence in the areas of cybersecurity and informatics. This has been a major driver of growth for us in the last several years, with our researchers in this area successfully garnering major funding from a broad array of sources, including the Department of Defense, NIH, NSF, and other entities. NAU's impact in the area of community health makes Arizona's community stronger and healthier. Led by NAU's Center for Community Health and Engaged Research and exemplified by efforts such as the Partnership for Native American Cancer Prevention, which is a joint endeavor with the University of Arizona Cancer Center that is in its third decade of funding from the National Cancer Institute. NAU is proud of the strong partnerships and connections it has created to improve health in rural areas, on tribal nations, and in underserved communities throughout our state. Finally, I'll mention NAU's tremendous strengths in planetary science and remote sensing. Our Department of Astronomy and Planetary Science has established a premier doctoral program that successfully attracts some of the top emerging scientists in the field. NAU's strengths in remote sensing are spread across campus throughout multiple disciplines, And as you'll hear in a little bit later in this presentation, we are planning to consolidate these strengths in a new research center that is focused on remote sensing instruments and applications, and we expect to bring new funding opportunities to the university. So all of these areas of emphasis that I just described and our extraordinary success would not be possible without Arizona's TRIF dollars. Through the base allocation to NAU, we invest in our research infrastructure and people. TRIF funding is essential to successfully recruit and retain top faculty, bringing to bear some of the issues related to talent recruitment and talent management that we have. So we use these funds to recruit and retain top faculty, staff, and students in our areas of strategic focus. We use TRIF dollars to invest in seed projects that allow our researchers to create pilot data sets that attract follow-on funding. And finally, we use TRIF dollars to invest in our shared research instruments and infrastructure at NAU and to engage students in the work we do. I'd also like to mention the impacts of the Regents Grant Program, both Regents Grants programs, which have allowed NAU researchers working in partnerships with collaborators at ASU and U of A to address critical challenges facing the state of Arizona. For example, through the Community Grants Program, NAU has tackled difficult issues related to rising costs that create challenges to the recruitment and retention of public safety personnel. Likewise, the Regents Research Grants have spanned a wide variety of challenging issues for the state. These include projects related to fire and forest health. We've talked about this several times, but this is a critical issue for the state of Arizona at this moment, especially issues related to the wildland-urban interface, which one of the Regents grants specifically addressed. Other Regents research grants have focused on understanding the geographic distribution of the fungal pathogen that causes valley fever, risks associated with abandoned mining sites, and other important topics. These projects are often collaborative with ASU and U of A and offer exceptional opportunities for our students and faculty to engage in work that tackles issues that are relevant right here in Arizona. So looking ahead, we're cultivating and pursuing a number of opportunities that we believe will lead to continued strength and growth for NAU's research enterprise. Again, we are being strategic and focused in how we do this. First opportunity I'd like to describe is that we are leveraging investments in NAU made by an award from the Arizona Commerce Authority. Provost Pugliese mentioned this earlier, that is intended in parts to build a new teaching and research laboratory in the field of metrology that'll be housed within the Steve Sanghi College of Engineering. This facility will enable research and training opportunities that are critical to the microelectronics and semiconductor industry, which of course is an area of remarkable growth in the state. Second, we are actively cultivating new opportunities and partnerships to engage in research that serves national defense and opens up funding opportunities through the Department of Defense. For many years, our pathogen-based research has attracted defense funding related to biological threats, but more recently, we have begun to garner significant funding related to electronic warfare and cybersecurity. Additionally, the Department DoD is funding a major project to NAU that incorporates diverse data streams that enable predictions of supply chain resiliency for military applications. We have several projects related to wildfire, including partnerships addressing fuels risk here in Arizona at Fort Huachuca, and also related to Arctic landscape change, as I described earlier. These are all funded through a variety of defense programs. And finally, we have a developing program that we're bringing online now that uses remote sensing platforms, including satellites and UAVs, to detect and deliver real-time information related to a variety of security-related threats. So that last item I mentioned that involves UAV and satellite-derived data builds on a strength that we have here at NAU in remote sensing, and we've identified this as an area of opportunity for NAU. We will be launching this year with the board approval, a new research center focused on remote sensing applications, instrument development. We have a wide variety of faculty from across disciplines who are engaged in this effort, and we're confident this will bring new funding opportunities to NAU, including from DoD and NASA, as well as other agencies and industry partners. So a final opportunity I'd like to mention is that NAU, and in particular my office, in the Office of the Vice President for Research, will continue to focus on improving and maturing our research support and administration environment. As our research enterprise has grown rapidly in scale in the last several years, as evidenced by our achievement of R1 status, scaling our support infrastructure is ongoing work that we undertake with great care and intentionality. As our research environment grows more complex, managing that and administering it has grown more complex as well. So finally, I'd like to talk about risks, of which there are many, and maybe you've heard of some of them right now. As we look at the greater research landscape, there is, of course, major uncertainty. It's shared by all universities in the country due to changing federal priorities and programs. So, of course, we continue to monitor these changes diligently. We're in regular communication with our peers at ASU and U of A and through our national professional organizations. And every day we strive to understand as best we can the state of the rapidly changing environment. We are engaging in contingency planning and considering how best to pivot to alternative funding sources and research focuses so that we can minimize and manage disruptions and maintain resiliency in our research programs. Conversations at the federal level about F&A policies are driving us to analyze our internal F&A structure and review carefully the expenditures that we make from F&A dollars. As I highlighted earlier, we have experienced strong growth in F&A revenues up until the present moment, so we enter this period of uncertainty in a strong position. Those federal risks are broad and important and overwhelm many of the others, but I do want to highlight some other areas that we probably would be paying more attention to in a slightly different environment. So I mentioned earlier the growing pains that accompany the increased size of our research program. The increasing scope of our research, along with changes to federal policies and guidelines, increase the research compliance burden at NAU. The increasing research compliance burden is an issue for all universities of all size, but there are particular challenges associated with a growing research university. We are working through many of these compliance issues in partnership with both U of A and ASU, and I am incredibly grateful to the expertise that has been shared by both of those institutions with NAU to help us manage some of these compliance issues. Another issue related to growth is that NAU is phasing out of eligibility for research programs that are targeted at emerging research universities. We no longer fit that category, which is an official designation by the Science Foundation, so we are an emerged research university. What that means is that our principal investigators face a different competitive environment, and there is training and strategy associated with that. So that is a challenge that we're managing. And then finally, I'd just like to leave you the challenge that we're generally wrestling with at NAU, and it would be top of mind if it weren't for the current federal uncertainty. And that is, how do we continue to balance our teacher-scholar model and focus on student access and success while sustaining targeted areas of research excellence? We face constant challenges recruiting and retaining our outstanding faculty and staff. And NAU's leadership team, all of the folks you've heard from today, we work together closely to balance institutional priorities in a cooperative and strategic manner in a way to continue to promote research excellence while also expanding educational access to more students across the state and delivering the academic programs that meet the workforce needs of Arizona. I will end there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any question? Shad.
Just for Vice President Wilder, a couple of ones quickly, and one for President Cruz Rivera. First one for for VP Wilder. With regard to, you've had one very high-profile retirement this year in an area that you are #1 in the nation, or very close to #1 in the nation. How do you maintain that status, specifically in virology, as Paul Klein exits the house that he built? So what's your strategy there?
First of all, I want to say just very clearly, Paul Keim is still on our faculty. He did step down as the executive director of PMI, and we did manage the transition to a new executive director of PMI. But Paul is still very active and leading research. But your point is still well taken. How do we manage the transition from some of our most productive faculty who have been here for decades and bring new leadership and strength to bear? And so we're doing this in multiple ways. Of course, strategy and investment is important to us, and identifying where we see the opportunities in the future and making sure that we are growing and developing those areas. So I described to you a new center in remote sensing. We believe that this is an area where we can be very successful based on the strength of some of our more junior faculty who have decades left in their careers here at NAU. Even within some of these areas of existing strength, we have managed transitions in the past when high-profile faculty have and leaders of research centers and institutes have moved on to their next steps. And we're confident we can do it again. We're cultivating leadership at that next level. We are preparing with transition planning how we will move and build the skills in the next leaders such that we can pick up some of these complex areas where our outgoing leaders leave off.
Thank you. And then Chair, if we have time for one more quick question to the president and others. So research requires investment, in some cases subsidies, President and VPR. How do you balance that with all the other initiatives that we talked about with Annika and others?
Well, I will start. It is a challenge, of course, and I can tell you on the research side, our approach is multifold. So first is to focus on the return on investment from our seed money that we put in. So historically, I think that we have been quite generous at NAU for going F&A, for example, committing to very large cost shares on projects and subsidizing work, not always with the expectation of there being financial return on this. And so, of course, when you manage a research portfolio, we know that not all of our investments are meant to have financial return on investment, but it's important that many of them do. And so we try to manage that as carefully as we can. I mentioned our focus on F&A policy, both internal and then how that applies to motivating and incentivizing our faculty to be pursuing grants that have full F&A returns. So of course, this is assuming the existing federal model of F&A. We are working hard to make sure that our faculty understand that those are the dollars that sustain the research program and allow the additional investment in the future. So we are not looking to the existing resources from the state to build that future growth. We are creating financial models that will allow that to do it through the strength of our work.
The only other thing I would add is going back to the teacher-scholar model. One of the pieces of return on investment of our research enterprise is from the fact that we have thousands of students engaged, undergraduate students engaged in research. And undergraduate research is a high impact practice that is proven to improve retention and graduation. So our investment in teacher scholars is a little different. It's not just about what the ROI is on the science, it's also about what the ROI is in the human capital that we're developing.
Thank you. Regent Penley.
President Cruz Rivera, you've gone to the question or the issue that I was going to raise. And that is, while there's a recent designation as Research 1 status, NAU has really long been known for its teacher-scholar focus, not trying to compete with a lot of other major research universities, but recognizing this teacher-scholar model is a way to help students see NAU as a very different institution from some larger research-driven universities. And while major research grants are like, bright, shiny stars, I wonder if both of you could elaborate a bit more on how, in the face of some of the strategic emphases that you indicated, Vice President Wilder, you are going to really invest in the teacher-scholar model and not try to make NAU into something, especially given Washington's pullback from research grants, make it into something that probably now is impossible to achieve.
Happy to start. Yeah. Sure. Okay. One aspect of this is when we recruit faculty, we are honest and upfront about who we are. We want faculty to come to NAU to be part of this university with this mission, not to build a new mission that is the one of their hopes and dreams potentially. Those faculty don't tend to stay at NAU. And so we try to bring faculty who want to excel in a student-focused environment. The good news is there are a lot of PhD folks who get their PhDs who want that out of their career. Sure. And so I think that when we are true to our name, when we recruit faculty, we tell them what to expect. We tell them how we will support their work, both in the teaching side and the research side. That's incredibly appealing to a subset of candidates who apply. So I think that's the first step for us, is that we attract the right faculty who come to NAU stage.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's totally right. I would also just add that part of the next presentation where we're talking about our finances and that margin that I mentioned earlier, the importance of that is that it flows into our workload model and to ensure that all of our faculty can have the time to pursue advancing their discipline with their undergraduate students. So it's not just about those fancy, or shiny, high dollar amount research grants, but again, a better combination of advancing the discipline, but with the human capital emphasis on it.
Thank you. Any other question? Thank
Jason.
you, Jason.
All right, so we're coming down to our last piece of evidence here. We've heard about the good work that Annika is leading with her magnificent team on serving as an engine of opportunity. Karen talked to us about the ways in which we're ensuring that our degrees are high value. And from Jason as to how our research is targeted to advancing our students as well as the needs of our region, state, and the nation. And then we've talked about the headwinds in each of these areas. And now the task is Bjorn's of trying to figure out how this, all of this plays out in a balance sheet. And so he's going to walk you through where we are, what the challenges are, how we're approaching the work. And then when we have a separate executive session, we will present to you a draft of where we currently are in developing a 5-year model that takes into account all of the uncertainties that you have heard about. It's a model that we have been developing with our University Budget Advisory Committee, and pretty much it's an all-hands effort, part of our strategic finance, year of strategic finance. So Bjorn?
Thank you, President Cruz Rivera, members of the board. I want to just be able to give you a little bit of background in terms of the operations and the financial positioning that we have ourselves in right now, and really think about that forward-looking as reflected here on the very first slide, the resiliency, enhancing our resiliency going forward, thus the need to have a forward-looking 5-year budget model. As mentioned by President Cruz Rivera, this past fall, we launched the Year of Strategic Finance, a very good and timely launch to really put the focus on strategic finance here at NAU. Good timing because of all the uncertainties and pressures that all institutions are facing, but also the fact that we are very well positioned to have these discussions because we are in a very good financial position right now, and we'll show that on the financial report. As then we get into some operational framework infrastructure, we'll talk about infrastructure and talent management items that we've had referenced here earlier today, as well as cost containment and for future revenue growth. So those are the items that we'll hit on here during the public session. Within the financial report section, these are the items that really demonstrate that NAU is in a good, strong financial position. You can see the cash on hand, credit rating, et cetera, and we'll have slides on each of those. The very first one is days cash on hand. You can see that NAU's trend has been very strong. It is well within the board approved range. We're projecting 170. And since 2015, going back a decade, we've always been 20 days at least above the board minimum approved range, the bottom threshold. So well positioned in terms of days cash on hand. NAU's credit rating by both Moody's and S&P has not changed since 2012, which is a good external validation in terms of NAU's financial positioning. This quote was included in the annual capital plan from this past fall and is reflective of what the feedback is from those credit rating agencies, talking about enrollment, talking about healthy days cash on hand, but also nodding to the high enrollment competition, which we've already talked about. So very timely in terms of what we've talked about for our topics here today. Net position has grown the last 4 years, the strongest and the largest in NAU history, with the 443 exclusive of the or inclusive of the GASB accounting and impacts. So very good, strong growth here for net position. And net position is reflective of that margin being able to generate and have a margin at the end of the year. Sponsored projects, you've just heard Dr. Wilder talk about this. The trajectory coming into this year, very strong in terms of proposals, awards. We noted also the record F&A revenue for last year at just under 20 million at 19.7. And through this February, very positive trend, for F&A, up 6% through February. So that was a really good, strong, continued growth coming into this year. As Dr. Wilder mentioned, continuing to monitor what is happening and what adjustments we need to make here at the institution as we see things come from the federal government. In the introductory session, President Cruz Rivera mentioned this, and Regent Brewster had the question. This shows you what that trend has been in terms of fundraising revenue. Through the 3rd of April, over $61 million. So this will be a record here this year. Really reflective of the strong, buy-in and with elevating excellence and really being able to, have a good story to tell. And this is reflective of that trend. Auxiliary revenue. Auxiliary revenue, you can see, also had a very strong trajectory. Last year was the highest on NAU's history. This year on track to exceed that number, driven by housing. Housing is a very key contributor. It's the largest component, single component of auxiliary revenue. And auxiliary revenue helps fund not only the auxiliaries, but also a portion of that goes to help support our overall operations. So we end up taking, at the end of the day, about a quarter of auxiliary revenue to help fund our overall operations. So in summary, financial report noted very strong on those factors. You can see that summarized on the left-hand side of the slide. Strong positioning, but it's not guaranteed to continue, and we've got to continually focus in on that and have that ongoing focus. So let me just pause there and see if there's any questions on the financial report.
Any question by any Regent Penley?
Thank you, Chair Mata. Vice President Plugstadt, could you return to the slide with the net position with GASB and non-GASB adjusted net position? I think you had it there. Could you comment on the yellow part, the without GASB entries, and the fact that it seems to be a little bit smaller than it had been?
Sure, Regent Penley. We have made progress on that, and it's because of the fact that we've been able to have a unrestricted net position growth that has basically added to the blue, which is, then reducing the impact of what those GASB entries has been. So it's really, truly a positive that that portion has, decreased here over the past few years.
Agree. Thank you.
Any other question? Go ahead. Yeah.
So transitioning from the financial report to the operational framework, you've heard NAU talk about in terms of enterprise risk management, centralized units. We have centralized units in these areas that are noted on the screen, which really do help manage the overall enterprise risk, but also, be able to manage the operational cash management as well as position management. Our cash management, we look at that each Monday, and each Tuesday we have a short 15-minute meeting to take a look to see where we need to move dollars within our local government investment pools, which is where we use to manage our liquidity, to make sure that we are doing the appropriate adjustments for a week. Every other week is a payroll week. We take a look at what we need to have in terms of dollars in our quote unquote checking account as compared to what we have in the local government investment pools, to be able to maximize what that investment income is, the interest earnings. Last year was our record, taking not only advantage of the higher interest rates, but also the fact that we are actively manage that on a weekly basis. We also, because of that, we have a very centralized position management framework where positions to be refilled come through the provost's office and or the vice president of research and vice president for human resources and myself, and we review and give the approval for all of those postings. So really strong centralized position management. One thing that I do want to highlight, and it's noted as the example on the slide, is a tri-university effort from a couple of years ago for an RFP for P-card. And that just is a good example of all three institutions working together to be able to have a single contract. And for NAU, it was a higher percentage rebate, $17,000 per $5 million. So on a roughly $40 million P-card purchase, that's a couple $100,000 or about $150,000. So important to be able to have that higher rate for dollars coming back to the institution. And on top of that, being able then to take advantage of the higher volume of P-card transactions with ASU and U of A as well, all part of that P-card contract. So something that we are able to take advantage of with all three institutions working together. I'm going to transition now into infrastructure. These are items that we'll take a look at here. Certainly a topic that was mentioned earlier, a topic that we've talked about this year. We'll talk about the Flagstaff environment, reference the campus master plan, deferred maintenance, and priorities for the future. NAU, in terms of infrastructure, has higher construction costs, 15 to 20% higher than what you would see in the Las Vegas or Phoenix area, just because of the fact that there are fewer local contractors and longer distance to travel for material and supplies. In addition to that, we have the impact related to climate. You can see the reference there in terms of the freeze thaw cycle, as well as just what that does to the infrastructure, with whether it's roadways or in buildings. So it's a harder climate to maintain the infrastructure. That was noted and recognized just in terms of the need to maintain and make renovations in the infrastructure with our campus master plan that came to the board a little over a year ago, with the largest portion of that 34% being renovations, knowing that that was a priority, and that was reflected in the campus master plan that came through. This is one of the slides that did was part of that presentation with the campus master plan related to renovations. You can see a couple of the buildings that are highlighted. The two in yellow have renovations already in process. Bury and Biological Sciences, largely due to the state's annual capital infrastructure funds. That's right now a little over $5 million. Over the past 7 years, it's would total about $33 million. We've been able to take that and invest in 12 buildings in some form. For instance, the Science Annex building that we started, making investments in, we brought that, fully renovated and brought that deferred maintenance number from $17 million down to under $1 million. So it was very impactful in terms of being able to dedicate the capital infrastructure funds that we get each year from the state. We still have more needs. We've highlighted a couple in blue that have been highlighted in our capital improvement plan and have highlighted for potential speed investment going forward for renovations that we would dedicate, improvements within the client library, in the HVAC and fire life safety system, as well as physical sciences. The fact that we've got deferred maintenance at the level that we do is partly related to the fact that nearly half of NAU's buildings are 50 years old or older. And that's the portion on the left-hand part of the pie chart. In combination with the fact that our annual building renewal fund has not been funded, last past year it was nearly 40 million, and over the past decade it's been zero, which is why we've really dedicated the annual capital infrastructure funding to those highest need buildings that are part of our deferred maintenance plan. Our trend in deferred maintenance has gone up, and I'd point a couple of things related to this slide. The blue would be the lighter blue shaded trend line is inflation. If we did nothing, we would have $80 million over this period of time just in terms of increasing deferred maintenance because of the inflation factors. There's also a drop and then an increase. And on this slide, you can see the blue in terms of the bars. As we have gone through and are now current on all our facility condition assessments, we now know specifically where the priorities for each of the buildings are across campus. As we brought on in 2021 a number of assessments completed within our academic buildings, we had overestimated some of the deferred maintenance in some of those buildings. For instance, we had one building that went from $20 million down to $2 million in estimated deferred maintenance. On the flip side, the following year, we saw an increase in our auxiliary as we brought all of the auxiliary buildings up to date in terms of facility condition assessments. And that had a substantial increase in terms of that calculation. We have a number of buildings, priorities, number of buildings in terms of priorities that we've noted for the board in our capital improvement plan and in advocating for future speed funding. The building replacement for our nursing building, and you've heard about the health professions programs that have been really important for NAU and the state. That replacement has been our number one priority consistently in terms of potential speed funding. But we also have a number of other buildings that we've noted, whether it's the Klein Library, whether it's physical sciences or Gamage mechanical renovations. All of those would be items that would address in those buildings over $20 million of existing deferred maintenance. So something that we would be continuing to advocate for speed funds, which would have a direct impact on even accelerating our ability to address these items. So in summary, infrastructure has a lot of competing and complex items, whether it's environment or the deferred maintenance, but it's really because of the facility condition assessments, we are more opportunistic now to be able to address what the priorities are. A good example of that is the Mountain View. Mountain View had a recent facility condition assessment. When we now have students not in that facility, we knew exactly where we needed to make investments. So we are making investments in windows and lighting and some of the HVAC and flooring. All of those things are being done and on the way to being finished this spring because we knew exactly what needed to be done. So opportunistic on that aspect. So let me just stop there before moving on.
Thank you, Woodyer. Any Regents wants to ask any question? I see none. Thank you so much. Yeah.
We'll keep on going then to talent management. You've heard talent management from President Cruz Rivera. You've heard that from Provost Pugliese and Dr. Wilder. We've made a lot of investments in retaining and recruiting faculty and staff. You can see the number over 36 million. As reported in our annual personnel report to the board this past fall, we would still need to make another nearly $50 million investment in order to be to reach market across all of those categories. So we would still continue to need to make improvements. But we have, as noted in the very first bullet, made those investments. We've closed the gap in many cases, but there's still a gap yet to close. So for instance, the closest we've been to peers in 5 years for faculty, and but we're still 10% needed to reach market. And for classified staff and professional university staff, we're still even further from market. But again, improvements over the past 5 years. And that's even as the market itself is accelerating. So it's how fast you're running compared to the competitors, or how, in this case, the market. Employee retention came up earlier in the morning session. This past year, 88% overall employee retention. I think it's really a strong indicator of individuals wanting to be here. President mentioned elevating excellence and the appeal of elevating excellence. I think that is definitely a portion related to the higher year-to-year employee retention. That's a great segue to this slide. Employees, in terms of our expenditure profile, 60% of our expenditure base is related to employees, salaries and benefits. And that's been pretty consistent over the past decade, just in terms of what that overall expenditure profile has been. As we think moving forward, not only do we have to think about managing positions and managing personnel expense, but we also really need to be focused in on containing costs, leaning into items that are noted here. Smart Technology Campus, that was a portion with our campus master plan. It was our Smart Sustainable Campus Master Plan. So leaning into Willow, which is a artificial intelligence based smart campus technology to help identify issues, usage patterns with utilities. For example, just within the past couple of weeks, there was an alert related to water usage in one of the buildings that alerted us to a leak that we were then able to address more quickly than it wouldn't have been otherwise. So that's able to not only save the dollars within the utility expense, but it's then able to more quickly have staff address that issue as well, rather than spend more time trying to figure out where and isolate where that issue is. Leaning in also, thinking about existing contracts. IT contracts, we're undertaking a very extensive IT contract and utilization review to see, are there certain contracts and software platforms that we might be able to consolidate and have, instead of 5, 1 or 2, really taking advantage of that enterprise usage, enterprise licenses for key IT software contracts. And then multi-year contracts, thinking about how much time we spend each year negotiating contracts, really utilizing and leaning into multi-year contracts. We've seen really good success with that within summer camps and conferences to be able to really drive that revenue. This year, we'll see the highest summer camps and conferences revenue that we've seen, and it'll be a factor of 2.5 times what we saw just 3 years ago, just in terms of what that activity for revenue has been. Revenue, this is the revenue profile. You've heard many questions related to tuition and fees. That is certainly the largest revenue category. When we look at our revenue profile for this year, you can see the dark blue of 27%. But then when you add in what is coming also from Pell Grants as well as AZP and ATA, that really gives you 36%, so nearly 40. And then auxiliary revenue, largely driven from enrollment, that would add up to nearly half of revenue being really enrollment focused and enrollment driven. So when we're trying to think through going forward, thinking about growing revenue, which is a key focus within this year of strategic finance. And we launched a revenue generation survey to campus about 2 months ago. We had over 300 responses to that survey that went out to campus. Some of the key areas that came back really aligned with utilizing our facilities, and real estate, making sure that we're really taking advantage of that. Thinking about additional programming, where can we expand to have, whether it's continuing ed, whether we can, bring more people to campus, i.e. retirees. We've got a strong Rhodes Scholar program. Where can we potentially, build upon that? You've heard about partnerships, from the presentations today. What can we do to further, grow our partnerships, whether it's community college partnerships, whether it's partnerships, with corporate or even, government agencies? Where can we think through being able to grow revenue, which is going to be key going forward? And as the president mentioned earlier, thinking about how, TRIF allocation is determined, going forward. That is another future revenue growth opportunity for NAU. So that was the final slide. I'll stop now and see what questions individuals might have.
Do we have any questions from the regents?
Chair, I got one.
Regent Brewster?
Thank you, Chair. Career track faculty changes, just some of the things that we might be able to do to help in those contracts. Heard it this morning in public session, hear it touching now. Anything that can be looked at there? Up, here comes.
I will call a friend.
Yeah, there we go.
Regent Brewster, we used to have what I would characterize as a non-transparent, mysterious methodology for awarding what we call multiple year appointments. They're not contracts to our career track faculty. And what we did when we developed, as you might remember, the 3 different career tracks, each of which enable faculty to go through promotion and career progression, clinical, professional, and teaching professors, is that we created a policy that structures how we award multiple year appointments. And it prioritizes the award of those appointments to those that reach the highest of the 3 ranks within each track, subject still to the evaluation of the dean and recommendation of the dean and consideration of the situation in terms of the longevity of the program in which a person is appointed. During those 3 years, when someone has that multiple year appointment, see our general counsel over there that might correct me on this, but I mean, it's effectively like having tenure for a period of time. So it does have an impact on our agility. So we have increased the award of those multiple year appointments. The people that were expressing concern this morning are a small number of faculty that were negatively impacted by the shift from the previous methodology to the new way. And they are faculty that are in the 2nd or associate level rank that are no longer eligible for that, but they will be if they continue with us and end up being achieving a level of performance that they are promoted to the highest rank within the track. But we are operating within the guidelines of the board's policy about the proportion. It's a proportion of the headcount of our tenure track faculty that we work. We do have some headroom, but we still are being very cautious in light of what our situation is and wanting to maintain our degrees of freedom going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other question?
Chair, I have one really hard one for Bjorn, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So Bjorn, in the briefing book, you see net tuition revenue going down as a percentage, and maybe VP Olson as well, and the president, and you see education and general funds, the costs going up. What is your strategies for addressing that? Maybe.
So, Executive Director Sampson, I think it's certainly something that you've heard in terms of the focus on wooing out of state. That is probably one of the key strategies that you're looking at. And then in terms of just some added context of how we think about things too, the numbers that you see really truly are reflective of just what's classified within net tuition and fee revenue. We've seen during that period of time an increase actually within AZP and ATA, so state dollars coming in, which is really reflected in the scholarship allowance, but is revenue that's not being accounted for within that. We're also, as I mentioned on the slide related to auxiliary revenue, taking 25% of our auxiliary revenue to help support operations. So auxiliary revenue, in terms of maintaining and growing that, is really key to help support that. And I say that because when you add those factors in to the net tuition and fee revenue, then we actually see dollar support go up on a per student basis slightly over that period of time. So it is something, enrollment is key, as noted within the revenue profile, but we also are looking more holistically at some of the other revenue sources that are not necessarily directly related in that net tuition and fee number.
Thank you. I just want to make just one comment, and it's a hard one when President Cruz Rivera mentioned that we will probably have to go back to 2010 when we have the ratio of 60-40, because if we don't have the support from the state and the federal landscape is really we don't know how things are going to evolve. That means that we will have to focus more into out of state or international versus in-state. So it's a hard conversation, but this is a reality that we have to face because we don't have the capacity of bringing those dollars to us.
Thank you, Chair Mata, and thank you, CFO Flugstad. We would ask to adjourn our case and return tomorrow morning during executive session where we will have all of our colleagues available for more in-depth questions that the board may have after sleeping on the presentation that they've heard today. Specifically, we want to present tomorrow a 5-year forecast. We will show all of the revenue lines, all of the expense lines, how they are trending, what assumptions we're making, and then walk you through how we are seeing the next 5 years unfold with all of the uncertainties, in the assumptions, and get your good feedback on how we can work together to ensure that we meet those projections.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation and the team. And we'll continue with the next item, which is discussion and consideration of legislation affecting the university enterprise. I would like to welcome Thomas Atkins to discuss our legislative affairs portion of the agenda.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Mata, Regents, Presidents, Director Sampson. In the interest of time, I'm going to expedite my briefing, and I'll just give you some quick bullet points to summarize the current state of affairs at the state capitol. So far this session, there's been a little over 1,800 pieces of legislation introduced. Our staff and the teams at the universities have reviewed these bills and flagged around 150 that might have some impact on university or board operations. As the legislative process has played out, that number has dwindled dramatically. Most bills die, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially when we're not running any. I will just highlight a couple of good news items that are out there. We've seen legislation introduced to fund various projects at the university level. We've also seen legislation introduced to fund additional GME/residency slots, which is a good thing overall. We've seen actually another good bill dealing with NIL to update and modernize our statutes to come to compliance with the House settlement. There are some problematic bills that we've seen out there. I just want to mention the annual Guns on Campus bill, Senate Bill 1020, that's been mentioned a few times. And I also want to acknowledge and thank the faculty council at NAU, who's also engaged on that item as well. In terms of state budget, the negotiation process is essentially ongoing. It is temporarily paused while legislative leaders and the governor resolve the current funding issue with the Division of Developmental Disabilities at DES. That issue will need to be resolved in the next couple of weeks. after which, assuming that is resolved, we do anticipate negotiations on the state budget to move forward in full speed. As you might recall, the board's top two budget priorities as we've gone through the process have focused on the increase in the speed bonding budget capacity, and then also the elimination of the planned lump sum budget cuts that were introduced in last year's budget. We've taken an all-hands approach on this that includes the direct engagement of several regions who've met with legislators repeatedly. Our university presidents have all been down at the Capitol, actively engaged. Board staff, university staff, it is an unending, constant process to win friends and attempt to influence the budget process. We will know more in the next week or so what the budget picture looks like for the state after the Finance Advisory Committee meets. We're anticipating a small to medium-sized budget surplus that the governor and legislative leaders will then have to divvy out. That concludes my brief presentation. I'm happy to talk about any specific bills if there are any.
Any question by the region? Seeing none, thank you very much, Thomas. So for our next item, the board is asked to elect officers for 1-year terms beginning July 1st, 2025. Jennifer Pollack will represent this item. Jenny, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Mata. Chair Mata and members of the board, as you indicated, this is the time of year for the election of officers for next year. The bylaws provide for officers to be elected to 1-year terms beginning on July 1st. Item 4 lists the nominees for officers for next year, and they include for board chair, Regent Goodyear, for board chair-elect, Regent Pacheco, for board secretary, Regent Brewster, for board treasurer, Regent Mata, and for board assistant treasurer, Regent Fisher. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any question? Seeing none, thank you, Jenny. I move that the board elect officers for 1-year terms beginning July 1st, 2025, as discussed in the executive summary. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Any abstention? The motion's carry. Thank you, Jenny. For item number 5, Arizona State University asked the board to approve a multi-year employment contract for Molly Miller as the women's basketball head coach. President Crow, please present this item.
Thank you. ASU is fantastically excited about the appointment of Coach Miller. She comes with an absolutely fantastic track record as scholar, athlete, coach, winning coach, very winning coach. 84% of her games have been won. We were able to capture her at a moment where she was very popular in the market for women's basketball coaches, and regents are familiar with her appointment terms. They are well within the average range for a market at our level of basketball competition. And so we're excited about her appointment.
Thank you, President Crow. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I move that the board approve a multi-year employment contract for Molly Miller as Arizona State University's as women's basketball head coach. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Any abstention? The motion carries. Moving to the number 6 item, Arizona State University asked the board to approve an extension of a multi-year employment contract for Graham Rossini as ASU's athletic director. President Crow, the floor is yours.
Thank you. When I first appointed Graham Rossini, I wanted to see if he could make the adjustment from co-pilot as deputy athletic director to combat pilot, and he certainly has demonstrated his skill in every possible way. Fantastic coach hiring, coach retention, management of complicated issues that are resolved and are being resolved. So we have moved in this contract extension him to about the middle range of the Big 12 athletic directors with very high incentives for performance. Graham is doing a fantastic job working well as a part of the team, and made the transition to full pilot of the aircraft very well.
Thank you, President Crow. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I move that the board approve an extension of the multiple-year employment contract for Graham Rossini as Arizona State University's athletic director. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstention? The motion carries. Thank you, President Crow. So we will now move on the University Governance and Operations Committee items 7 to 11. Regent Goodyear, as committee chair, would you please present these items?
Thank you, Chair Mata. Regarding the March 27th UGO meeting, we started with a review of a request to establish admission requirements to align with the anticipated new board policy 2-105 admission requirements, which was presented by Andrew Comrie from the board's office. The committee then heard from Brad Kendricks from the board office on the financial status of fiscal year 2025 operating budgets for the three universities. The committee also reviewed the university's proposed adjustments to the approved schedule of tuition and fees. The next item was a review of the sale of 5 acres of vacant land, including a waiver of ABOR policy requiring certain real property be sold at public auction for Northern Arizona University. Following that, the committee reviewed an amendment to the cash balance pension plan. Finally, the committee heard from Executive Director Chad Sampson on 2 items that were proposed revisions to board policies on first reading. The UGO committee will reconvene in May with a focus on financial projections and budget proposals for fiscal year 26. Chair Mata, that's the report. If I may proceed to the action items.
Yes, please. Thank you.
On March 27, we discussed the 2025-2026 academic fee proposals from Arizona State University, Northern Arizona University, and the University of Arizona. At that time, a tuition hearing was held that allowed for public comment on the proposals. We had 7 individuals speak at the hearing and approximately 56 viewers through our live stream. We have also received written comments from the public. We appreciate and thank those who took the time to provide feedback. Today, the board is asked to set new or changes to graduate academic fees for the 3 universities for the 2025-2026 academic year, and 2 academic fees at ASU and 1 academic fee at U of A for the 2026-27 academic year. Before we proceed with separate motions for each university request, I will ask each of the presidents to briefly comment on their proposals. President Crow.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Regent Goodyear. Just to put this into context, we are within our Regent's policy on all tuition and fee items related to the broader aspects of the institution, and in the policy that's been longstanding for the universities, our graduate programs and graduate program fees and tuitions are at what we call market levels. We are proposing 10 program fees. Most of these are slight adjustments to the existing fee structure. 2 of them are new program fees. This is the standard way that we generate the revenue necessary for these specialized master's degree programs. I will make the statement relative to this fee proposal, and that is for our students that are out there that want to take these programs. I just want to make certain that they're talking with our financial aid offices, they're talking with their departments, they're talking with their schools, and they're looking very carefully at the employment opportunities that are available at the university. We are employing almost 17,000 students to help them to be able to work their way through college.
Are there questions for President Crow? For NAU, President Cruz Rivera.
NAU's program fee request is for a new fee for the master's program in educational leadership in our College of Education. It is a necessary investment in program quality that will allow our students to have exceptional hands-on learning opportunities and meet the standards of excellence that are vital to preparing the next generation of teachers and educational leaders. We're always very thoughtful about tuition and fee adjustments as we balance access, affordability, and quality across our programs, facilities, and services, and believe that this will be a very good investment in enhancing the quality and value of the education that our students in this program receive.
Are there questions or comments for President Cruz Rivera? For U of A, I will turn to Provost Ron Marks.
Thank you, Regent Goodyear. University of Arizona has opened up 2 new programs approved by the regents previously, one in physical therapy and one in for physician assistants. We're proposing program fees for these 2 programs. The physical therapy program begins this fall. I'm proud to announce that we had received almost 500 applicants and we will admit 50 students. Very competitive program, and it's going to be a program that will provide strong health services for the citizens of our state. The physician assistance program will begin in the fall of 26, and we're requesting a program fee for that program as well.
Other questions or comments for Provost Marks? Seeing none, if there are no objections, I will proceed as follows. We will have one motion per university to approve the proposed academic fees. By statute, a roll call vote is required. We will do one university at a time, voting on all of their proposals. With that, we'll move to the tuition items. Motion number 1, ASU graduate academic fees. As it relates to graduate academic fees at ASU, I move that the board approve ASU program fees as requested by ASU in its proposal, which includes 10 new program fees for graduate students across 6 colleges and an increase to an existing one-time academic fee. The proposal includes 4 new program fees for graduate certificates in number 1, clinical molecular diagnostics, digital immersion; 2, human factors and forensic science, digital immersion; 3, psychology, behavioral data science, campus immersion; and number 4, social justice and human rights, campus immersion. 6 new program fees for graduate programs in number 1, coastal and marine science and management, digital immersion; number 2, cytology, digital immersion; number 3, forensic science, campus immersion; number 4, Spanish, digital immersion; number 5, public health technology; and number 6, museum and curatorial practices program. An increase in the MBA enrollment deposit. All the fees will be effective beginning fall 2025, except for the museum and curatorial practices fee and the increase in the MBA enrollment deposit, which will become effective fall 2026. Thank you for being patient. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. Suzanne, please do the roll call vote.
Regent Brewster.
Aye.
Regent Duval.
Aye.
Regent Penley.
Aye.
Regent Pacheco.
Aye.
Regent Stein.
Aye.
Regent Zaragoza.
Aye.
Regent Mata.
Aye.
Regent Goodyear.
Aye.
That's 8 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions.
All right, turning now to NAU. As it relates to graduate academic fees at Northern Arizona University, I move that the board approve NAU's graduate program fee as requested by NAU in its proposal, which includes establishing a new graduate program fee in the College of Education, educational leadership program across master's and doctoral programs in number 1, community college higher education, CCHE; number 2, instructional leadership K-12; number 3, principal pre-K-12; number 4, international educational leadership; number 5, K-12 administration. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there questions or comments on this? We have a motion and a second. Suzanne, please do the roll.
Regent Brewster.
Aye.
Regent Duval.
Aye.
Regent Penley.
Aye.
Regent Pacheco.
Aye.
Regent Stein.
Aye.
Regent Zaragoza.
Aye.
Regent Mata.
Aye.
Regent Goodyear.
Aye.
That's 8 in favor, none opposed, and no abstentions, excuse me.
Thank you, Suzanne. Turning now to U of A. As it relates to graduate academic fees at the University of Arizona, I move that the board approve University of Arizona's graduate program fees as requested by U of A in its proposal, which include 2 new program fees for graduate students in the College of Health Sciences. The proposal includes establishing new program fees for the Physical Therapy DPT program effective fall 2025 and the Physician Assistant Program PA effective fall 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. Suzanne, please take the roll.
Regent Brister,
Aye.
Regent Duval,
Aye.
Regent Penley,
Aye.
Regent Pacheco,
Aye.
Regent Stein,
Aye.
Regent Zaragoza,
Aye.
Regent Mata,
Aye.
Regent Goodyear.
Aye.
That's 8 in favor, none opposed, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Suzanne. That concludes the setting of academic fees for the 2024-2025 academic year. We will now move on to the next item, which is the University of Arizona is asking us to approve the appointment of 3 Regents professors, Dennis Zaritsky, Yanko Nikolic, and Jiang Wu. I'll invite Provost Marks. Please proceed.
Thank you, Regent Goodyear. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to begin by saying, providing my thanks to the board for my 2 years that I served as provost. This will be my concluding meeting with you as provost. It's been a pleasure, more or less.
Thank you.
University of Arizona has over 4,000 faculty members, 1,500 of which are tenured and tenure eligible. And I'm going to present to you 3 faculty members that we are presenting as candidates for Regents professorships. 2 of them are scientists. 1 of them is a humanist. I begin with Dennis Zaritsky. Professor Zaritsky is the Deputy Director of the Stewart Observatory and Professor of Astronomy. He's been a member of the UA faculty for 25 years. His colleague, Robert Kennicott, said, "He is without a doubt the most original thinker and researcher in astronomy that I have ever encountered." In recognition of his originality and impact, this year, Dr. Zaritsky received the Beatrice M. Tinsley Prize of the American Astronomical Society, which is awarded every other year in recognition of an outstanding research contribution to astronomy or astrophysics of exceptionally creative or innovative character. Among his most impactful work, he has the pioneer in the use of dwarf galaxies to map the distribution of dark matter in the Milky Way and other galaxies. 4 papers from 2002 to 2009 first provided the exquisite maps of the stellar populations and dust content of the small and large Magellanic Clouds, which remain the most detailed and comprehensive histories of how galaxies are built through the formation of stars over cosmic time. In his 25 years on our faculty, Zaritsky has had a distinguished record of service, most prominently as Deputy Director of the Stewart Observatory. This involves a broad range of responsibilities, including, most importantly, serving as the chair of the Giant Magellan Telescope Science Advisory Council since 2018. I should say that our world-class astronomy department, Stewart Observatory, is a leader in cosmology, and Dr. Zaritsky is a leader among leaders. Our second nominee is Yanko Nikolic. Dr. Nikolic is department head in immunobiology and a professor of immunobiology. He's an internationally recognized expert on aging. As professor and chair of the Department of Immunobiology at the University of Arizona and co-director of the University's Center on Aging, he has played a pivotal role in advancing the university's reputation as a leader in biomedical research and education. His work in understanding the aging immune system, something I need to know about, infectious disease responses and vaccine effectiveness has shaped both scientific knowledge and public health policy. His work on T-cell immunobiology and aging has revolutionized the understanding of how the immune system changes over time, shaping new strategies for improving immune resilience in older adults. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Nikolic rapidly applied his expertise to public health challenges, leading to the development of a highly specific and sensitive serological test for SARS-CoV-2. This test, approved by the FDA and granted emergency use authorization, played a crucial role in monitoring COVID-19 exposure and immunity, benefiting public health efforts across Arizona and beyond. Just as significantly, Dr. Nikolic's dedication to teaching, mentorship, and academic leadership has fostered the next generation of scientists and educators. He is an engaging and highly sought-after instructor in the College of Medicine, Tucson, with courses that integrate foundational immunology and emerging research in aging, infectious diseases, and vaccine responses, ensuring students receive an education that is both rigorous and relevant to real-world challenges. Our third nominee is our humanist, Dr. Jiang Wu. Dr. Jiang Wu is the winner of the prestigious Guggenheim Fellowship and recognized go-to scholar for Chinese and East Asian Buddhism. He is professor of East Asian Studies and director of the Center for Buddhist Studies. Praised for his groundbreaking 2008 book, which presented a complete reevaluation of the importance and popularity of 17th century Buddhism in China, has come in from scholars from all over the world. China scholar Charles Jones called it one of the foundational works of the whole field of Buddhism studies. Religious studies scholar Chunfeng Yu said he is one of the most productive and creative scholars of his generation. Professor Wu's research has focused on how Buddhism spread and how it has changed and has been refined over many centuries. He has investigated how the movement revived in China and took hold in Japan in the 17th century, how Buddhism became documented and supported through the print medium, and how it eventually made its way into major religious movements in the Western world. To augment his studies, he created a comprehensive database of every Buddhist monastery in China, the Buddhist Geographic Information System. This has become a major source for scholars working in this area and who may need to evaluate the socioeconomic aspects of the area shown in this system. I proudly present these three distinguished scholars to you as potential Regents professors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Provost Marks. Are there questions or comments from the board? I will say that since joining the board, this is the programs for the Regents professors are one of the favorite things that I do.
Agreed.
To see the affection that the students and their fellow faculty members have for the people that you've nominated, it really is an exceptional thing to see and pretty emotional and inspirational. So thank you, Provost Marks. I move that the board approve the University of Arizona appointments of 3 Regents professors, Dennis Zaritsky, Yanko Nikolic, and Jiang Wu, as described in the executive summary. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Well done. The next item is a third amended multiple year employment agreement for men's basketball coach at the University of Arizona. I'd like to invite Desiree Francois Reed and John Arnold to present this item.
Thank you very much, Regent Goodyear, Chair Mata, members of the Arizona Board of Regents. Our men's basketball program has been to 3 Sweet 16s in 4 years. We finished top 20 in the 2025 season. Our recruiting class is ranked in the top 4 in the country. And importantly, our men's team GPA is 3.193. Quite simply, Coach Lloyd has us on the right direction. And based upon ABOR policies 6-910 and 6-1001, the University of Arizona respectfully requests approval of this extension for Coach Tommy Lloyd. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Desiree. Are there questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I move that the board approve the third amended multiple year agreement for men's basketball head coach for U of A as described in the executive summary. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next item is the multiple year employment contract for head coach of the women's basketball team at NAU. President Cruz Rivera.
Thank you, Regent Goodyear. I am delighted to welcome Coach Dinkins, Laura Dinkins, back to NAU, her alma mater, where she was a standout student athlete who was part of our women's basketball team's historic NCAA tournament appearance and where she began her coaching career. In the years since, she has built a tremendous record as a coach, recruiter, and champion of student athlete development and success, deeply committed to academic excellence. She brings that dedication and commitment to our university now, and our student athletes are very much looking forward to her leadership. And I look forward to having her back as a lumberjack for life in our university. I'm really proud to have her back here at NAU. I respectfully request this board approve her appointment.
Thank you, President Cruz Rivera. Are there questions from the board? Seeing none, I move that the board approve the multiple year employment contract for Laura Dinkins as head women's basketball coach as described in the executive summary. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Any All, thank you. Opposed? Any abstentions? Congratulations and welcome back.
Since we have Coach Dinkins with us today and Yuri Farkas, would it be all right for her to share a few words?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for your time. I'm incredibly honored. I'd like to thank, obviously, Dr. President Cruz Rivera. I would like to thank Yuri Farkas for this incredible opportunity. I can't even begin to find the words to express what this truly means to me. As a first-generation college student, graduating from such a great place, I mean, it was incredible to be able to be supported by the town of Flagstaff, the community, as they wrapped their arms around me and embraced me. I strive to create a championship culture that's rooted in accountability, discipline, and academic excellence. I'm going to put together a basketball team that this community is going to be extremely proud of, and I look forward to doing that.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
If I may, quickly thank you to the Board of Regents and Regent Chair Mata for allowing us to move so efficiently on this hire. You all know how head coach searches go. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank President Cruz Rivera for your timeliness, effort, and energy in making this such a great hire. You can see why it was a very easy choice. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to, to the NAU community and the Flagstaff community. And we're so happy that, you're smiling and everybody's so happy at the end of the day. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'm glad to be back home. Thank you.
That concludes the University Governance and Operations Committee portion of the meeting.
Yeah, so we have, so the next, thank you very much, Regent Goodyear. It just seems to be a very long day. So our next item is the report on the March 27, 2025 Strategic Initiative and Planning Committee meeting. Chad Sampson, our Executive Director, will be presenting this.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Pacheco is the chair of this committee.
Yes.
She is online, but her internet is unstable, so she's asked me to read her statement with regard to our most recent committee. At its March meeting, the committee invited Gensler, a global leader in design and planning, to discuss the evolving role of campus infrastructure in supporting learning, work, and community engagement. The discussion that included our universities centered on the shift towards flexible, tech-enabled, and community-oriented environments in public universities. Gensler, represented by its principals, shared insights on national and regional trends in campus design. They emphasized the importance of integrating digital immersive experiences, understanding student and educator expectations, and creating vibrant, mixed-use environments that fostered student success and community engagements, something our universities have worked with them on in the past, and in some cases, we are the global leader. The discussion highlighted the need for strategic planning and innovative design to meet the future demands of higher education institutions. Chair Pacheco looks forward to the next Strategic Initiatives and Planning Committee meeting. Chair Mata, I turn the time back over to you.
Thank you.
This concludes our report.
Thank you very much, Chad. Regent Pacheco, would you like to make any comments since your internet is still working?
It's in and out. I just want to really thank the committee for the very engaging conversation we had around the need to think about space and design differently. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So moving to item number 13, the board will receive a report on the March 27, 2025 Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting. Regent Brewster, as the committee chair, would you please present this item?
Thank you, Chair Mata, fellow regents and guests. At this time, I would like to provide a report on the March 27th Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting. The meeting began with an update of the university's enterprise risk management, or ERM, programs. Chief financial officers from each institution presented overviews of the risk oversight strategies and their evolving practices. All three universities highlighted a team-based approach to identifying, categorizing, and mitigating risk, with an emphasis on aligning ERM efforts with institutional strategy. Each institution is working to strengthen formal governance structures, improve risk education, and develop responsive risk management plans. Arizona State University emphasized continuous learning and collaboration across departments. Their team discussed IT risk assessment and the importance of balancing information sharing with their security team. Northern Arizona University shared updates on new advisory committees that support streamlined risk identification. They demonstrated the use of heat maps to assess and visualize risk, impact, and likelihood of engagement. The University of Arizona provided an overview of ongoing efforts to refine their ERM structure, with a focus on formalizing governance and improving the integration and management response to any of their daily operations. The committee then reconvened an executive session to further discuss the university's risk management strategies and audit plans. The Audit and Risk Management Committee will meet again in May to receive comprehensive updates on fiscal year 25 internal audits and consider the university's fiscal year 26 audit plans. Chair Mata, this concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Regent Brewster. Next is the Student Regents Report and Student Mental Health and Wellness Work Group Update. I would like to invite Roxanne Murphy, Postsecondary Attainment Director from the A-Board Office, to the table will be presented along with the Students Regents. So we have Roxanne, and then Regents Zaragoza and Fisher. The three of you will be presenting.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, Regents. It's a long day, but long days are good days. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the important work of the Student Mental Health and Wellness Work Group. Over the past few months, we've made a lot of progress in understanding student well-being needs across Arizona's public universities.
Yeah, before we discuss our listening sessions, Regent Zaragoza and I would also like to share about our recent visit to Washington, D.C., where we were able to advocate to shore up Pell Grant funding and bring awareness to the good work that our office is doing in promoting FAFSA completion among Arizona high school seniors. So we got to meet with the staffers and the offices of both Arizona senators, in addition to the office of Congressman Greg Stanton. Our preparation was made possible by the National College Attainment Network, or NCAN, who hosted a wonderful summit which was dedicated to preparing students and other advocates for talking on the behalf of their peers to legislators. We got to tell our personal stories as well as the stories and experiences of other students and the people that we ultimately serve as student regents. The training proved immensely helpful in preparing for our meetings and demonstrated how important it is to make the case for education in our state.
It was an excellent trip, and Regent Fisher and I also got to see Senator Kelly's astronaut suit. On a completely unrelated note, I have never felt less accomplished during my time as a student than when I was in his office. But with that aside, our goal today is to share insights from our sessions at NAU and U of A and our plans for the upcoming ASU session. So the students that we've talked to have shared about the services that our universities provide. They've praised them, but they've also given valuable insights into how we can elevate those services to provide an even higher quality of care. And we've received a lot of support from Campus Health Services at U of A, Andy Nutter, Rachel Abraham, David Solofsky, Health Promotions at NAU, Melissa Griffin, and the Student Wellness Advocacy Group, or the SWAG team, since we're into acronyms at the board. Dr. Vogel and Dr. Krasnow at ASU, Brittany Polk at the Arizona Innovation Alliance, and Roxanne Murphy and Julie Sines from the board office. Each of these people has been instrumental in organizing these sessions, and we're very thankful for their partnership.
Yeah, the real goal of these student mental health like listening sessions that we kind of started the process of was to assess the mental health needs, refine recommendations from the Shio Jed Foundation, and develop strategies to enhance student well-being. So we had some very candid conversations with NAU and U of A, which we'll get to in a little bit. And it was a unified effort across ASU, NAU, and U of A to really address not just the mental health component of student wellness, but like student wellness as a whole, as like a holistic body. And it was really, really insightful.
So in early February, we convened a full work group meeting with representatives from ASU, NAU, U of A, and the board office. I think we had just short of 20 people hop on that meeting, and it was a wonderful time. A lot of that was dedicated to establishing shared definitions of mental health and well-being using frameworks from the World Health Organization to ensure that we had consistency across these institutions and clear communication as well. On top of that, we set a very clear project direction focused on gathering student feedback through these listening sessions, refining the initial recommendations based on these feedback, and making sure that they were in line with national best practices.
Yeah. The listening sessions have been like my favorite part of this entire process of being able to really talk to students, understand what's going on. So far, we've conducted 2 full sessions. The first at NAU on February 19th, where we got to meet with tons of student groups, including like the student government was really able to be pivotal in those conversations. We recently had our listening session at the U of A on March 21st, where we were able to, again, like see what's been working well, where enhancements could be made, and an upcoming session at ASU is planned to make sure we're representing all 3 universities. Oh, yes. And then for the NAU listening session, we were able to highlight several strengths in our campus mental health services. Counseling options like individual therapy and crisis support through Jack's Care Hotline were highly valued. Programs like Health Promotion and Louis Cupboard address holistic well-being by supporting both mental health and basic needs. Students also praised peer support initiatives, which I thought was really interesting, and the advocacy groups like ASNU for fostering that connection and belonging, because that's what a lot of students are really lacking, as we've talked to a number of them. Opportunities for growth identified include expanding awareness of these resources that are available to college students through targeted outreach campaigns, and increasing classroom and faculty engagement to, again, really hone into that community support piece.
Wonderful. So at our U of A listening session, we had quite a few students show up. I think we were in excess of 40. And we had students express appreciation for campus health services. In particular, they highlighted CAPS, which is how they manage their cultural centers and wellness workshops that promote mental health awareness. A lot of the programs like QPR training, which means question, persuade, and refer, and the crisis mobile team were recognized as critical supports for students in need. Efforts such as the campus pantry addressed food insecurity effectively, while embedded counselors and cultural centers help to foster accessibility and inclusivity, which may be a dirty word now, but that doesn't change its value in our work. Students suggested elevating peer mentoring programs to further normalize help-seeking behaviors and increase these outreach efforts to ensure that more students were available or were aware of available resources. And these suggestions, both from our NAU and our U of A sessions, made up the bulk of our collected data. And that's really what we're looking forward to kind of setting a baseline on. So at ASU, we reviewed quantitative data to better understand student mental health needs as part of our preparation for hosting listening session. So we're currently finalizing IRB approval to ensure that this session adheres to the ethical standards needed while gathering meaningful feedback from students. And additionally, we met with Dr. Aaron Krasnow in order to tailor the set of questions we have been using to meet the standards necessary for IRB approval. I should note that Dr. Krasnow, much like President Crow, is a tough but fair grader and certainly someone who provided immense help. This upcoming session is going to complete the baseline of our series across all 3 universities. And it's something that's going to provide really comprehensive insights and details into student experiences statewide.
Yeah. As we've kind of mentioned, we're currently in the data collection phase for spring 2025. So conducting those listening sessions and gathering feedback directly from students. Over the summer, the plan is to analyze this feedback and to draft a comprehensive report with actionable recommendations tailored to each individual institution's needs. By September 2025, we aim to present final recommendations to ABOR that reflect both evidence-based practices as well as student voices.
So to close off our report, this work group is committed to addressing these student mental health issues through collaboration across institutions. And it's being informed by national best practices. And as you can see through the listening sessions, direct input from the students themselves. We are very proud of the work that's already underway at ASU, NAU, and U of A. As Diana Ross and Lionel Richie would say, we have nothing but endless love for this work. And we look forward to continuing this important initiative together because it really has impacted the lives of students across our states. And it's something that needs to be destigmatized and brought to the light so that healing can occur.
Yeah, absolutely. This work has been really important, really empowering to be able to actually elevate these student voices and see actual hopeful change come of it. We thank you so much for your time today. It has been a very busy and rewarding time for the student mental health work group, and we welcome any questions or feedback you may have as we move forward with this critical work.
Well, thank you for both of you. Our student regents are really the voice of our universities and also bring to us, to the board, what we cannot see. And you both have been amazing, and especially having the opportunity to go to DC. And I know that Roxanne also was there, right, with both of you. Thank you for all the information you have provided us. I don't know if any other regents have any comments or question. Well, thank you. And Roxanne, would you like to participate or give some words? Yeah, since you were part of this.
I was just here to help advance the clicker and answer any questions. So I had the very hard job of advancing the slides.
That is not true. Okay. See, she was our team mom in Washington, D.C. Had it not been for her, I would have gotten into trouble with the federal government multiple times. So I'm thankful that she accompanied us.
She's a very good travel companion.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for everything you do too for the board and also to keep an eye of these 2 students, right?
One, just him.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
Diana Ross moments today.
yes. Yeah. Well,
she's supreme. She's supreme.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. Thank you, Roxanne. So our next item is, last item is the report from the Arizona Faculty's Council. Professor Ellis, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mata and Regents, and thank you for this opportunity to report to you today. We would first like to thank you and the board staff for your work on a proposed new anti-doxing policy, ABOR Policy 1-126, and for considering the addition of domestic terrorist organizations to ABOR Policy 5-305, which currently addresses support for foreign terrorist organizations by student groups. The faculty at Arizona State University, Northern Arizona University, and the University of Arizona are committed to providing all Arizonans the opportunity to pursue a post-secondary degree. Our universities are places of ideas, discourse, and debate, where professors design curricula and classrooms that encourage the pursuit of knowledge, civil, fact-based disagreement, and the encounter with sometimes challenging ideas. We teach our students to be informed, civically engaged, and productive members of society, and our task is increasingly important. By 2031, 72% of jobs will require a post-secondary degree. Today, only 44% of Americans have the needed degrees. The social and economic well-being of our state and the country is enhanced when access to higher education is valued as a public good. Students want to go to college, and we need to make it possible for them to do so, which requires public funding of public universities, federal grants and financial aid, and affordable student loans. American universities have contributed enormously to our nation's prosperity and development, served as a model for other nations, and attracted students from this country and abroad. This is also true in Arizona, where our universities have long been the wellspring of humanistic and scientific innovation that improves lives. Students from all over the world come to us for what our universities offer, and those students are an essential part of our mission and purpose. While we recognize the impact of challenges to university grants and contracts on our research mission, we are also deeply concerned about the current uncertainties facing international students, as they have implications for our entire university environment. We have heard from students, domestic and international, who are understandably feeling anxious, uncertain, and frustrated due to a perceived lack of direct communication regarding recent campus events, leading to questions about their safety and well-being. The revoking of student visas is disrupting classes, projects, and research. These students have made significant commitments and invested considerable resources to improve their lives and pursue their education here, and their positive contributions to our universities and the Arizona economy are invaluable. We believe they deserve our clear support and open communication. The array of challenges to our institutions threatens to result in fewer students, lower tuition revenue, and a more limited future for our children and our children's children. In light of the economic impact of these challenges, we wish to explore with the board and university administrations the development of innovative funding models to enhance our resilience to fluctuations in federal and state priorities. We also request the board consider reevaluating TRIF funding to broaden its accessibility to all university faculty as a source of research support. At the heart of the question universities and boards are grappling with right now is how to effectively communicate our public value. Arizonans have long described their economy in terms of the 5 C's: copper, cattle, cotton, climate, and computers. And we can now attach another C, chips. Our universities are directly and vitally connected to each of these elements in terms of research, products, investments, and workforce. The economic futures of Arizona and the universities are inextricably linked. Higher education fuels the demands of the future. The world's discoveries and innovations start with and rely on universities. We urge the board and our administrations to continue building stronger partnerships with these and other vital sectors, such as the health, manufacturing, and engineering industries, and to activate those relationships in support of our mission. We believe a collaborative effort to refine our shared message, highlighting the importance of Arizona universities to the state's future, is essential. In the pursuit of principled innovation, the success of higher education also relies on a strong commitment to academic freedom, the recognition of evidence-based knowledge, and the freedom to explore and challenge existing ideas. Faculty are deeply committed to providing a safe, engaged, and challenging learning environment for all our students. We are also deeply aware of external pressures related to our work. For this reason, we respectfully ask the Regents to reaffirm your commitment to Section 6-202 of the Arizona Board of Regents Policy Manual on Academic Freedom. The section states that, quote, academic freedom is essential for the well-functioning of academic institutions and their ability to create and disseminate knowledge. Academic freedom undergirds the right of faculty to teach from their disciplines free from unreasonable or arbitrary restrictions, both in and outside the classroom, to conduct research and publish, perform, or exhibit the result of that activity, and to address matters of institutional policy or governance. End quote. We believe that your public reaffirmation of the academic freedom for all faculty and their students in Arizona is crucial to the continued strength and future of higher education in our state. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, Professor Ellis, for this report. And if we don't have any other comment or question, this concludes our public meeting, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Breakfast will be served at 8 o'clock.